lights are up, the stage is set. You ain't seen nothing like this yet. Yeah. Grab your friends, let's make some noise. Feel the rush, let's jump for joy. Dance around and lose control. Welcome to the Mama Bear Show. Welcome, welcome, here we go. Feel the magic, feel the glow. Laugh and sing and dance along. Welcome to the Mama Bear Show. Everybody raise your hands. Feel the rhythm with the band. From the start until the end. Every moment, every trend. Feel the love, it's in the air. Music lifts you everywhere. Every smile and every cheer. Mama Bear is finally here. Welcome, welcome, here we go. Feel the magic, feel the glow. Laugh and sing and dance along. Welcome to the Mama Bear Show. Welcome, welcome, here we go. Feel the magic, feel the glow. Laugh and sing and dance along. Welcome to the Mama Bear Show. Everybody raise your hands. Feel the rhythm with the band. From the start until the end. Every moment, every trend. Yeah. Feel the love, it's in the air. Music lifts you everywhere. Every smile and every cheer. Mama Bear is finally here. Welcome, welcome, here we go. Feel the magic, feel the glow. Laugh and sing and dance along. Welcome to the Mama Bear Show. Welcome to the Mama Bear Show. Yeah.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everybody around the world. I hope everybody is safe this morning. As always, good morning. I hope everybody had a good evening. And everybody had a safe drive to work. If you went into work or driving wherever you may be, you are safe. And we have quite a show this morning, but tonight we are doing a show tonight. Um, we will be starting at 8 o'clock and the debate. So that will be interesting tonight. So join us tonight at 8 o'clock. So set your notifications tonight. But as many of you know, have been watching, the ports did go on strike. Good morning, Money. How are you? The ports did go on strike. They did go on strike. What's it mean for all of us? That is going to be that is really going to be really something. And what does it really mean for us? I know here in New York, our heating oil comes in on those ports. Comes in the Port of Albany. So let's play a little bit of this one and see what because they are actually down with the strikers.
Yeah, what we gonna do? No work without a fair contract. No work without a fair contract.
We're at the end of a 6-year contract. Okay. And we are in negotiations now for a fair contract. A fair contract. Okay. And a contract not filled with automation. What they need to do is pay these men and women a fair wage. They made billions and billions and billions of dollars. Okay. All right. Billions and billions and billions of dollars. Okay. And during COVID, they ripped off the whole industry. They ripped the government off and every damn body else during COVID. Okay. Now we want them to pay back. They're going to pay back. We mean business. We're going to do it as long as it needs to be done. Okay. This is not something that you start and you stop. We're not weak. We're not weak. What we control as far as the economy is concerned, okay, is unbelievable. Okay, we may be 60,000 members from Maine to Texas, but what we control in the economy is billions and billions and billions of dollars every day. Okay, and all we want them to do is share. Okay, what we demand, our demands are to share and not to replace us with automation. My men and women work better than any machine around anyway.
Well, that was the president talking. So, and here is another report.
Whatever's perishable is going to be felt first.
Sure.
And that's what we keep hearing, that food is going to go bad. We'll see if this is still on in a week. But as the longer it takes to resolve this, you're going to see shortages of everything.
Absolutely. But inventories are high, remember, certainly not perishables as much. But when you look at automobiles, 45% higher inventories than a year ago. Heavy equipment, 60% higher inventories than a year ago. Most of the Christmas merchandise, about 82% of it's already here. So maybe not some of the leverage that they thought they had. It's important. Certainly these people deserve to be paid. But at the end of the day, when you're saying we want to kill technology to secure our jobs in the future, that's fundamentally un-American. So I think that narrative is going to hurt them more than help them. I think they're going to resolve this next couple of weeks and we'll get our bananas sooner or later. That's for sure.
Well, Cheryl, you had a great interview yesterday with Chris Spear, the American Trucking Association's president and CEO. And I know that there have been, contingency plans made to use the West Coast ports. But that interview that you did yesterday with Chris Spear, he was really worried.
Well, because of the truckers, look at the this isn't just about the dock workers. This is about truckers. This is about other union workers that throughout the supply chain, Maria. And going back to the food, we learned yesterday on the program that like a container full of bananas, that's going to spoil in 1 week. One Florida importer, he brings in asparagus on ships to sell to grocery stores in Florida. He said, look, I'm going to have to fly it in now. That shipment's going to be flown in, and that's going to be 50 cents a pound of a markup. This is inflation. This is going to hit your grocery store. It isn't going to be this week. But Maria, by 2 weeks, you're going to see it. Make no mistake. And as far as Gina Raimondo and the administration, where is Pete Buttigieg? Where is our Secretary of Transportation? Now, we just got Edward Lawrence actually just sent out a long readout from the White House about what the Harris-Biden administration are going to be doing about the Biden-Harris administration. But all it is a lot of talk. And as far as I'm seeing, the Teamsters don't want Biden to get involved because he could invoke the legal Taft-Harris law, the Taft-Hartley law. He brings that in, 80-day cooling off period. We're 5 weeks out from the election, Maria. 5 weeks. Yeah. Timing, that's good not point. Good.
Yeah. That's probably why he doesn't want to intervene. He was asked, are you going to get involved? He said, no, I'm not going to get involved, Joe. But look, this is happening just at the time that we're supposed to be reining in inflation. It's going to spike right back up again.
Well, sure. And don't forget, Joe Biden has an image problem where most Americans don't think he's in charge. By not taking charge during crises like this, you're only playing right into that. I think I speak for a lot of Americans where I want to know what exactly is on the Commerce Secretary's desk that is taking precedent over the loss of commerce for half the United States. What is it? Is it a DEI initiative? What could possibly take more precedence over this? And by the way, about inflation, a lot of that internal pressure is also being faced by a lot of these dock workers. We can't forget that these folks are also being burdened by the Biden-Harris inflation.
Maria, I have to make one more point here. North Carolina, they need food, Maria. North Carolina needs food and they need supplies.
Yeah, Helene really started things off there. And this is the worst possible time for a strike on the Carolinas, that's for sure. But I like the way Gina Raimondo said, oh, you can have me back later in the week as Commerce Secretary. What? You are Commerce Secretary.
7:18 here.
The domino effect. The domino effect. The domino effect. Port authority, the port guys strike, it affects the truckers. And people have to remember they go out to California. A lot of truckers cannot go to California due to the fact of California's law, the emissions law. Truckers cannot go out there. They cannot go out there because of the fact that of the law. So they cannot go out there because their trucks are illegal out there. So they cannot go out there. Our governor here in New York did a press conference yesterday on it. It was an interesting press conference.
Represents port workers all across the country and USMX. Now that deadline is rapidly approaching. If an agreement is not reached by later today, ports from Maine to Texas will face a strike. 47,000 workers, 4,500 of which are right here in the New York and New Jersey area. And we represent the largest port on the East Coast, the second largest in the nation. So the busiest in the nation. So I want to be clear. I urge USMX and the ILA to come to an agreement that respects workers, that ensures the flow of commerce through our ports, and the stakes are very high. The potential for disruption is significant. We've not had an event occur like this in our ports since 1977, and that lasted 12 days. We're deeply concerned about the impact that a strike could have on our supply chains, especially when it comes to critical goods like medical supplies and others. That's why I've been working tirelessly, particularly for weeks, but in earnest over the last week, to deal with every aspect of this. And you'll be hearing about the extraordinary measures, the long hours, the days, the weekends that have gone into really trying to make sure that we're prepared for this and addressing all the vessels that are in our port now, removing the cargo containers. And there'll be 100,000 cargo containers that'll be sitting in one of our 16 locations, filled with everything from automobiles to consumer goods. We are preparing for that and rapidly trying to take them off the ships now, get them on trucks, and get them to their destinations at a hyper speed, because we know the urgency is before us. So I want to make sure that while we hope for a resolution of this matter, that New York is fully prepared. We have been anticipating this. We're fully prepared to support our communities and maintain essential services if a strike does occur. I'm going to outline some of the steps that we're taking to prepare for this. The Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, as I said, has been working round the clock to get critical cargo out of our facilities, food products, medical supplies, other essential goods. We're also working closely with the commercial trucking industry to ensure that these items reach their destination. This will be a major disruption for thousands and thousands of independent truckers as well. We're really focused on medical supplies and making sure that all facilities have what they need to continue caring for their patients. Number one, when it comes to pharmaceuticals, I'm pleased to report that the majority of pharmaceuticals arrive to their destination by air travel, so that pharmaceuticals are not expected to be in a problematic situation. But I've directed our Department of Health to remind our healthcare workers that they're required to maintain 60-day stockpiles of personal protective equipment. We saw the need for this during the pandemic, as well as other supplies. We're closely monitoring this situation and ready to deploy state resources if and when necessary. Again, Department of Homeland Security, coordinating with all of our state agencies to prepare for any shortages of essential goods and materials. Our state stockpiles, including emergency generators, are ready to be mobilized at a moment's notice. While we're preparing for the worst, and that's what we're supposed to do in government, prepare for the worst, there's also some reassuring news. We don't anticipate shortages of essential goods anytime soon. So, for example, people do not need to rush out to the grocery store and stockpile goods like they did during the pandemic. I want to be very clear about that. We do not want to see people reach that level of anxiety, because we are not there. Also, fuels like home heating oil, gasoline, diesel, we don't expect them to be affected in New York City because they're brought in by other vessels. And this is critical as we particularly approach the colder months. Municipal solid waste operations will also be unaffected in the event of a strike, meaning your garbage will continue to be carted out and disposed of. What about the rest of the state? Our upstate ports, including Albany, Coymans, Oswego, and Buffalo will not be impacted by a strike. They're represented by different unions. And our cruise ship industry, which hosts 25,000 passengers a week, will also be unaffected. Now, everything we're talking about here today are precautionary. I just spoke again to the governor of New Jersey, talking about their preparations. There has been intense coordination between the New York government and the state and the New Jersey government, but also what's been happening in this building. The intensive coordination is quite extraordinary. We are hopeful that they will reach an amicable resolution to the negotiations and avert a strike. However, it's our responsibility to be prepared for any scenario, and we take that very seriously. I'll say this to the longshoremen and port workers. We recognize your vital role in keeping our state moving. Your work is absolutely essential, and we support your right to fair treatment and working conditions. And to my fellow New Yorkers, rest assured that we're doing everything in our power to minimize potential disruption to your daily lives. Throughout our history, in moments like these, New Yorkers have always shown their resilience and camaraderie, looking out for each other. And I'm confident that working together we'll be able to weather any challenges we face. I have been drilling down into the exact operations of what happens at 5 o'clock today. And again, assuring everyone that the cargo that has not been transported off-site by trucks will be in secure places. We've also been ramping up our security, and there will be disruptions. Automobiles, if you're expecting to be able to get a new car this week, it may be something you want to check with your dealer. It may not be arriving, for example, in the next few weeks. That is one area we expect major disruptions. Not exactly a consumer item, but something like semiconductor chips. We saw what happened during the pandemic when literally the automotive industry shut down in our country because we weren't able to get those essential chips that are basically the brains of any vehicle. So there's a lot of areas where people may not have anticipated a disruption, but we have. We're working closely with the industry. I will also say that the industries, the manufacturers, the suppliers have been anticipating this strike for a while. So they have been moving at a higher speed to get product to ports and into their destinations earlier than anticipated as well. So there's been a lot of preparation for this. But here we are almost at the 11th hour. And I just wanted New Yorkers to know that we are very focused on this. We want to minimize disruptions to their lives. Do not have the level of anxiety that drives you out to get your groceries unnecessarily soon. We don't think there'll be a disruption to the food supply. But over time, if this goes on as long as the strike did in 1977, products that must come in on ships, like bananas, will be affected. But we still have plentiful food coming in from Canada, our own state, California, and Mexico. Those are the primary sources of food for the state of New York. So I just want everybody to not have that the concerns about the food supply as well. At this point, I want to introduce Rick Cotton, the Port Authority's Executive Director, who will provide more details, and then we'll hear from Commissioner Bray as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. We are expecting the ILA, its 47,000 members, to go on strike at ports from Maine to Texas at midnight tonight. While we have encouraged both sides to reach an amicable agreement at the bargaining table, all signs are that there will be a strike. And the port has been preparing in cooperation with both states, New York and New Jersey, for the past period of time, but with great intensity over the last 10 days. We are confident that we are in a position, working with our marine terminal operators and all our other partners at the port, that we will be able to successfully shut down operations at the port on a phased basis by midnight tonight. The gates of the marine terminals will close at 5 p.m. this afternoon. The port has been working under the direction of Port Director Beth Ann Rooney, particularly for the past week to 10 days, to urgently unload ships and move cargo out so that when closure comes, all safety preparations will have been made. We do anticipate that a significant number of containers will remain stored at the port, close to 100,000, but they will be stored safely at the port for whatever duration of the strike. There are inbound ships to the port. We anticipate 35 coming in or arriving at the port over the next week, and they will go to Anchorage under the supervision of the Coast Guard for whatever the duration of the strike. With that, I'd like to bring Commissioner Jackie Bray, the New York Commissioner of Homeland Security and Emergency Operations, to the podium.
Thank you so much. I will be really quick. I just want to reassure New Yorkers.
Now that 35 ships is New York. That isn't all over the East Coast. That's New York.
Reiterate that we are not only coordinating with our New Jersey partners, our New York City partners, and our county partners, but we're also coordinating with industry, including individual facilities that might experience delays. And at this point, we don't expect over the next couple weeks to see significant disruption for New Yorkers, but we are preparing in the event that this would be a longer duration event. We are also prepared in New York to open up our warehouses, as we are all really familiar with. We have stockpiled particularly medical consumables, and so we'll be opening up those warehouses if this strike were to continue, to make sure that there's no disruption whatsoever for our hospitals and our nursing homes and our other critical care facilities. Before I turn this back over to the governor to take questions, I do just also want to turn our attention southeast of here. Obviously, there's an ongoing crisis in the southeast. Through Governor Hochul's leadership, the state has been able to deploy. We're up to 5 deployments down in the southeast, and we'll be adding another 3 in the next couple days. So I want to thank our partners in New York City who sent a urban search and rescue team. New York City sent a second Swift Water team. New York State has sent a Swift Water team, sent generators, very large generators that take full flatbeds to move. We've sent a team of helicopters to North Carolina to help with getting in and out of difficult places. And we're about to send another second management team, another 30 personnel from the National Guard, and a team to do fatality recovery. And so we're obviously thinking about all our first responders in the Southeast as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And on that note, I've been in communication with Governor Roy Cooper, the governor of North Carolina, which is absolutely under siege. He expressed his gratitude to the people of New York and our emergency services teams and those who've been deployed into a very, very difficult and challenging situation. So we're grateful to be able to participate and help our brothers and sisters in other states as they deal with the aftermath of this horrific, deadly hurricane. Again, the purpose of today's event is to let people know that we fully anticipate there'll be a strike before midnight tonight here in the state of New York, pending some resolution of the negotiations. But it's all about being prepared. And I want to reassure everybody, we have been taking countless precautionary steps to speed up the process of unloading these ships and deal with the cargo containers in advance of this. So we're in much better shape than we had been if we had not done this, but also the emergency supplies that people are concerned about. Again, prescription drugs fly in. They come in on planes, so we're not concerned about that. But there are medical supplies that we're concerned about and making sure that all of our hospital and medical facilities have properly stockpiled. Again, the food supply is secure right now, and we'll certainly be communicating with the public as this unfolds if it takes any length of time. Happy to take any questions on the topic.
We're going to start with on topics while we have everyone here. I'll come back for other stuff after. Go ahead, CBS.
Hi, Chris Hankley from CBS News. Governor, I'm curious, I think people watching this are going to wonder, why wasn't this preventable? Should more have been done by the federal government to try to stop this from happening, to facilitate a more productive negotiation process? Was this avoidable?
My job as the governor of the state of New York is to deal with the hands we're dealt. This is something that a state does not negotiate with. This is a strike that is nationwide, from Maine to Texas. And so our responsibility is to show New Yorkers that we anticipated this, just like a storm. You prepare for it, you hope it doesn't hit, But when it does, you at least say, we were ready. And that's what I want to let New Yorkers know right now, that we are ready for this. We're going to continue the line of communication. So if we are concerned about any particular consumer goods, if this goes on any significant length of time, we'll be engaging with them. But also, again, the reassurance of knowing, as I just met the Canadian Prime Minister and talked about our trade relationship, there's a lot of food that crosses the border from Canada into New York. Many thousands of trucks come in from California and Mexico. So we're not totally reliant for our food chain on the port to be fully functioning. And I just want to let people know that as well.
Okay, other on-topic questions over here?
John Beers with John Smith. Can you just describe, have you been in touch with the ILA and USMX, what kind of conversations you've had with them and what you understand to be the state of the negotiations? I mean, our impression is that they're very, very far apart. They're not even really talking very seriously.
I'm familiar with the news reports on that as well. Not engaging directly in those negotiations as this is happening at a national level, and following closely the White House's engagement in this and hoping for a resolution.
Over there?
Right, go. Brad Rivard from Politico. Have you talked to the president, and if so, have you talked about him invoking Taft-Hartley?
He has already said that he's not planning to invoke Taft-Hartley. The president announced that.
Hi, Governor. Tim McNicholas with CBS 2. Two questions for you. One, should the president invoke Taft-Hartley? Do you think he should do that? And two, should people be worried about prices at grocery stores or other stores for that matter?
It's certainly something we'll keep an eye on, is if there's any price gouging associated with the crisis, no matter what the crisis is, whether it's weather related, whether it's a pandemic. And so certainly our offices of consumer affairs and others who monitor this will be watching for that. I'm warning everybody right now, do not, based on the current supply, do anything to affect the prices. There should be no extraordinary increases in the aftermath of this strike as well. So we're prepared for that. What was the first part of the question?
Should the president invoke Taft-Hartley?
I'm focused on making sure New Yorkers are prepared for this. They know the steps we're taking, that we get through this. I'm not going to second guess the president on this.
Larry Hicks from NJ.com and the Star Ledger. Open question, how long can the region last before consumers start to see ripple effects of this, either on the shelves, in hospitals, or with their medical providers?
I can ask also Commissioner Bray to address this as well, but these have been my questions. I want to know this, and so I'm peeling back. I don't want to say peeling back because one of the issues that we're concerned about are bananas. They do come in. I do not want to be in a position to say, yes, we have no bananas, but we could get to that point, something like that. But we may have more apples. There's plenty of other fruits to substitute for fruits like that. And so I'm going to promote New York State apples in particular. They're very juicy and wonderful. And there could be by individual commodities that are affected, but the wholesale food supply is resilient here in New York. We're not concerned at all about any shortages of foods overall, maybe individual products. And I think that answers the question.
Yeah, I mean, weeks, not days, weeks. And most of what we would consider as consumers, the things we want to go out and buy are here. They're in warehouses. They've been here for a long time. So that, you will not see effects for weeks, assuming that this plays out. And the governor's right. There might be a product here or there, but it's weeks before regular consumers feel it. There might be a handful of industries, a specific industrial plant in New York that we'll have to work one-on-one with to ensure that they have the raw materials they need.
Governor, are you concerned, off that question, if this continues to last, or if it does last longer than you think, could it negatively impact Democrats, especially in these congressional districts that you really want Democrats to take back?
It's no secret that I want Democrats to win in those congressional races. The election is in a matter of weeks. I don't anticipate that people will have a sense that this is disrupting their lives before that time. If it's still going on after that, we'll be taking other extraordinary measures to ensure people have what they need to fully function. So we know how to manage. I've managed.
Hey, Martha.
Good morning, Mellows. Afternoon, whichever. I believe it's afternoon where you are.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, she knows how to manage. She sidestepped the question. No, you see that?
Yes.
With basically the elections being so close, will they be able to do the voting properly and whatever? So they're all lining us up, right? They're lining us up.
Yeah.
Trump is not winning this, man. No matter what anybody says, Trump is not winning this.
Considering the post offices are totally shut down. Voting areas are completely devastated.
The people, but not the establishment. They're going to shut down the whole establishment just so they could install that puppet command. I guarantee you.
People can't even vote because a lot of their ballots are totally gone. They can't even vote because their ballots are gone. It's phenomenal. But people are so upset over everything that's happened.
Yeah, I can guarantee you're fucked. Listening to the rhetoric going on at the moment with the escalation of the tension with Russia. These people, these fucking insane people, right, are even if Trump wins, it's going to be impossible. They're going to leave a giant fucking mess for him to deal with, right? And I don't think he's going to deal with it.
We are not a two-party system. They say we are a two-party system, but we're not
It's
a two-party system.
It's a uniparty system.
We're many parties.
It's a uniparty. Everyone, as long as you agree with the government, you can be a part of any party you want.
There is many parties in our system, because there's the Green Party, there's the Liberal Party, there's many parties. There's not just the Republican and Democrats. People want to think there's just the Republican and Democrats. There's not. There's many other parties. But everybody wants to believe it's just the Republicans, Democrats. But there's many other parties. One party, dumbasses.
You're talking about independence. But they never get really anywhere. Independence, let's face it.
There's many other parties. There's many other parties, but it's interesting. They're saying that the fuel oil is not going to be affected. Oil is not going to be affected, but I guarantee you, how much do you guys want to bet me? How much do you want to bet me? It's going to get affected. It's going to get affected. They're going to raise prices. They're going to raise prices. Who wants to bet me?
They have to.
Who wants to bet me they're going to raise prices?
Just spent trillions of dollars. They have to raise the prices. Where's that trillions of dollars coming from? They think, the government's going to pay for this, and the money's going to come from the government. And the government doesn't have any fucking money, right? When the government promises to fucking spend money or to do something, it's going to do it with your money. It's going to spend your money. When they say, we're going to send $80 billion to Ukraine, it's your money that they're sending to Ukraine. It's not theirs. They are profiting from that money that they're sending to Ukraine. Because what it is they do is they own shares in, big pharmaceuticals and big fucking military industrial complex companies. So when they send these fucking troops off and these bombs off to go to Ukraine, they make profit from it. I mean, it's that simple. Follow the fucking money. They're warmongers because it's profitable. When they go to war, when they take the country to war, it's not them or their kids that are going to go to war. It's your kids. It's you. They're going to be nice and safe in Washington, you know?
And you know what got me is our Commerce Secretary said she's not focused on the strike. Our own Commerce Secretary said she's not focused on the strike. When she was questioned, she said, I'm not focused on the strike. That got me big time. That got me big time. Excuse me, that's your job. That is your job. Hello? That's your job. And you have the galls to say that on national TV? That's your job. Where is she? Where is she then? If that's not her job, where is she? Where is she? Where is she? I just don't understand it. Where is she? Where is she? You know, I just don't get it. God, I go to my watch list for all mine and I've got all yours. It's just like we did have our illustrious vice president did show up at FEMA headquarters. I waited hours yesterday for her to show up at FEMA headquarters, but she kind of was late getting there. Let's see what she had to say.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. I am actually here to applaud you. So, and then, but the way we have apparently set this up is I'm going to speak to the press, and I'm sorry, I'm going to have my back to you for a moment, but then I'm going to visit with you, and because I really am here to thank you all. I know how everyone here has been working around the clock, as you always do in moments like this. So I'm going to address the press, and then we're going to have a conversation. Okay. Okay. Hi. So good afternoon to everyone. Deputy Administrator Hooks, I thank you and everyone here for their leadership. As I said briefly, I know who is here. I know what you each do. And you are so selfless in the way that you serve our country. And in particular, at times like this, people who are just so desperately in need of help, support, and just knowing that the resources are going to be expedited to them as they need it in their most vulnerable situation, when their families have been at risk, where their homes may have been destroyed, where they lack just basic essential needs. You all do that work around the clock as though these are your family members. I know how you work and I know how hard you work. So I am here mostly to thank you all for all that you do, everyone who is here and everyone who's on the ground in the region at the moment. And I'm here to also talk about where we are based on the briefings I have been receiving over the last couple of days. I have received regular briefings on the impact of Hurricane Helene, including from Administrator Criswell. And over the past 24 hours, I have spoken with Governor Kemp of Georgia, Governor Cooper of North Carolina, and many local officials. I have shared with them that we will do everything in our power to help communities respond and recover. And I've shared with them that I plan to be on the ground as soon as possible, but as soon as possible without disrupting any emergency response operations, because that must be the highest priority in the first order of business. The devastation from Hurricane Helene is immense. Millions of Americans are without power. Thousands of families have lost their homes. Entire neighborhoods have been destroyed. Major roads have been blocked or damaged, leaving entire towns inaccessible at this very moment. Already, nearly 100 people have been confirmed dead, and hundreds more are missing. The destruction we have seen in Alabama, Florida, Georgia.
Wait. What was that total she just said?
And hundreds more are missing. The destruction we have seen moment. Already, nearly 100 people have been confirmed dead, and hundreds more are missing. The destruction we have seen in Alabama, Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, and Virginia is heartbreaking. In coordination with state and local officials, President Biden and I will continue to make sure that communities have the support and the resources that they need, not only to respond to this storm and its immediate aftermath, but also the resources they will need to recover. So far, more than 3,300 federal personnel are on the ground to assist with recovery efforts. They are deploying food, water, and generators. And we continue to work with teams on the ground to restore water and power as quickly as possible. To everyone who has been impacted by this storm, and to all of those of you who are rightly feeling overwhelmed by the destruction and the loss, our nation is with you. And President Biden and I, and all of the folks behind me, are with you. We will continue to do everything we can to help you recover and to help you rebuild, no matter how long it takes. And I do believe the true character of a nation is revealed in moments of hardship. Over the past few days, our nation has endured some of the worst destruction and devastation that we have seen in quite some time. And we have responded with our best, with the best folks who are on the ground and here doing the kind of work that is about rising to a moment of crisis, to do everything we can to lift up folks who deserve to be seen and heard. Communities have been coming together. People are checking in on their neighbors. Families are opening their doors to strangers in need. And as they always do, our first responders are working around the clock, putting their own lives at risk to keep our communities safe. Moments like this remind us we have so much more in common than what separates us. And the true measure of our leadership, each one of us, is based on lifting other folks up, knowing how we can make a difference. So I thank everyone for rising to this moment, and I thank you all here for the work that you each do. May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
You know, those numbers that they just threw out there are a lot higher than that. That's just bullshit.
Yeah. Just like they did a photo of her on the plane talking, and her phone wasn't even plugged in. Her phone wasn't even plugged in. On X, Her phone wasn't even plugged in. I'm sorry. But when you're going to talk and you say you're doing a, you know, don't plagiarize yourself. You know, hey, Henry, how are you? Don't, you know, don't, when you're talking, say you're talking to somebody, make sure you're talking to somebody. Make sure your phone's plugged in. You know, sorry, but Trump does stupid shit too. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I'll find shit on Trump too. But you know what? Don't play stupid shit. Don't play stupid shit. Don't do stupid shit during a crisis. You know, that's pretty stupid. When you put yourself out like that, don't be stupid. Because that infuriates me when it comes to the American people. Say you're talking and you're not talking.
Oh
That
God,
just
these people.
infuriates me. That just infuriates me. Yeah, I agree. Which one is it? Just like I love how the FCC revoked a Starlink grant for 642,925 rural families, but they're on the fast track for 200 plus radio stations for Sorrow. Yeah. Okay, let's get these Starlinks up and running for these families that have no cell phone service. Let's fast track these FCCs because they have nothing. They have nothing. They have absolutely nothing. They have absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. So absolutely nothing. So as always, we do play Redacted here. Yesterday's Redacted was a good show.
And on this Monday to Redacted, I'm Clayton Morris.
I'm Natalie Morris.
And on this show, we cover the stories the mainstream media is largely ignoring, why the mainstream media is largely ignoring a couple of huge stories: a massive outage for cell phones for the Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, a massive chemical explosion and fire in Georgia, and a hurricane that has basically devastated about 6 different states. Western North Carolina is completely gone, and we're going to cover all of those things today.
Plus, we're going to cover new data from ICE showing how many non-citizen criminals are on the loose in the United States. The data is shocking. We think they're downplaying the numbers, but even if we take it for face value, that means 500,000 criminals let loose inside our borders. That's not part of our social contract. We're supposed to pay taxes, and they're supposed to in turn provide us with safe borders. We are not getting that right now.
Indeed. So we've got a lot of moving pieces here today in the show, and we've also got friend of the show Ivan Reichland, who's going to be joining us, talking about his plan for the deep state on how to take down the deep state. We only have 36 days left until the election day, and of course Hillary Clinton warning about a major black swan event before the election. And then all of a sudden we have all hell breaking loose on this Monday. Cell phone outages. Are we about to have a massive was this a massive cyber attack? We don't know. Verizon's not telling us. Wouldn't that be nice to find out all of this?
Well, let us know in the chat if you are affected by this outage. It first started to affect Verizon customers and then AT&T and T-Mobile. We think so far Starlink is still up and running. Some services working, some not. Clayton and I this morning going, what's going on? What's happened? Why is our cell phone removed from certain messaging data? It's been madness. So we are affected. If you are still here and you're finding us through Wi-Fi, we really appreciate it. We want to know what your experience is. Now, Verizon is reporting we are aware of issues and we have engineering teams looking at it. That was 3 hours ago. This is a long and unprecedented outage.
Well, let's get to the news then, shall we? Hillary Clinton just warned us all that we're about to see a major black swan event. Oh, she just got her wish, as early voting, of course, starts in a number of different states across the country. And the United States Postal Service just posting that we are 36 days until Election Day, and they have now suspended service to many of the zip codes due to this storm. In Georgia, 42 zip codes, North Carolina, 39 zip codes. These are all, of course,
suspended voting.
Yep. And it's frozen. Did you pause it?
Yeah, look at this. Suspending vote services in these. Now this affects voting. This affects voting, and it's solid red states. Isn't this interesting?
Solid red areas, solid red states. So maybe your zip code is affected right here on the screen. Take a look. Yeah, USPS done. So no service right now. And we banks out, cell phones out. So trying to get access to your banking information. Earlier, trying to log into Twitter using your cell phone, no good. Of course, they want to go after Twitter. They would love to take X down as quickly as they can.
Well, here's a little tip for that maybe people didn't know is that you do use your cell phone for two-factor authentication for Twitter, and you should. But Twitter also allows you to download what they call backup codes that you can either print or put somewhere safe. Don't put it in the cloud. And then you can use that code if, for example, you can't get to your cell phone. So do that, because a lot of banking apps also allow you to download backup codes in the event you can't use your cell phone for two-factor authentication. Do it. It's worth doing it.
A lot of people in our chat saying Verizon down across Idaho, AT&T down across California, AT&T down in Northern California. So Verizon in Indiana not affected. But yeah, it's really a crapshoot right now. I mean, all across the country, different outages, different locations. So banks are out, cell phones are out. Well, we'll get back to that part of the story in a second. But first, hurricane damage. It's being called 100 times worse than Hurricane Katrina. 100 times worse than Hurricane Katrina. Just look at this. Unbelievable what families and communities are dealing with now across 6 states. In North Carolina, it is off the charts devastation. Western North Carolina has almost been totally destroyed. Gone is Western North Carolina right now. And this is where the attention should be focused, because there's rescue efforts still unfolding. Thousands are still unaccounted for. Thousands of people missing. And just look at this. And that's not being hyperbolic. Everything in Western North Carolina has essentially been destroyed. Thousands of people still missing. And according to local police, bodies are everywhere. Bodies in cars that they haven't been able to recover yet. Bodies on the roads. Bodies in the trees. Bodies in the sewers. The death toll from Hurricane Katrina, 1,600. And this is far worse, and it's going to get far worse in the coming days as they start to account for all of these missing individuals and then are declared as dead, unfortunately. Tennessee, look at this. This is Tennessee, also hit hard. This is Unicoi County, Tennessee.
Is that a coffin?
That's a casket. Caskets from local funeral homes washing down the streets. And so imagine preparing for a funeral and getting lined up for a funeral and come to find out that your loved one has just been washed down the street in a casket. How did the Biden administration respond in Tennessee? Well, this weekend, good news, Middle East. You're getting Tennessee National Guard. You can't make this up. Tennessee National Guard Task Force has just been deployed to the Middle East.
What?
On Saturday.
The F word.
Yeah. So priorities for Tennessee and the National Guard from the Biden administration. I covered a couple of these 100-year floods when I was a young reporter in West Virginia, down in Tazewell area, and all through Bluefield, West Virginia, where I lived for a number of years. And you having the National Guard be a part of that cleanup and recovery effort was essential for those areas to recover, to open roadways, to get trees unblocked from passages over bridges, to help communities get food and water. But let's go to the Middle East, because, we need to take care of Israel. We need to make sure Israel is taken care of.
Well, specifically the quote that we saw President Biden today saying over the weekend, saying, "We've given these flood victims all we have." That's never a phrase when it comes to war aid for Ukraine. Never.
No.
It's limitless.
In the same breath, I just approved $2.8 billion in addition to the $8 billion for Ukraine. And then when asked, which we'll get to here in a moment, do you have any additional resources for the victims in these 6 different states? No, we've given them enough.
That's finite.
We
hit the bottom of the barrel.
What he meant to say is, we've given them all we're going to. That's all you're going to get.
Yeah,
that's what happened to Lahaina, or wasn't it Lahaina? What was the Hawaii? Yep.
Yeah, in Maui. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we've heard this, this tune time and time again. So instead of mobilizing the National Guard to help in Tennessee, sent Tennessee National Guard into the Middle East. And on Saturday, the Biden administration sent an additional $8 billion to Ukraine. It's also sending thousands of more troops. We published this morning in the newsletter, thousands more troops are now being sent to the Middle East to help Israel as we speak. Why is that happening? Because, Netanyahu runs the show, of course, and is calling the shots. The White House is basically silent on the devastation because these are Trump voters. These are red areas. And even the front page of the New York Times, I mean, right now, go to the New York Times. This is the front page of the New York Times from about 30 minutes ago. Look at this. Tim Walz, all about Tim Walz. So here's what we're learning about Tim Walz, his old debates. Here's what we learned. It's all about big picture of Tim Walz. CBS experimenting with a novel way to offer real-time fact-checking of the vice presidential debate.
Oh, I'm sure they're going to do a great job.
Go down the page a little bit, and you get some Israel. Of course, you got to get some Israel, right? And then there's 3 stories on Israel. And who's on the right side there? Yeah, there's big opinion piece about there's your new commander-in-chief, the next president of the United States right there. That's the New York Times today. That's because Trump isn't president. It's because a Democrat is president. The New York Times, though, during Katrina, was happy to take the piss out of George W. Bush for that disaster. Here's the front page of the New York Times after Katrina. New Orleans inundated, and they use their large font as well. Inundated as 2 levees failed, much of Gulf Coast crippled, toll rises. That was just, here's another page of the New York Times. Look at this. Later in the day, hurricane slams into Gulf Coast. Dozens are dead. Front page. That's because Bush was president. Right now, Biden and Kamala Harris are president. So the New York Times is going to cover Tim Walz. That's how it works. It's kind of, I mean, it's shocking, not surprising at all. So right now, Florida says they've got it under control. Ron DeSantis, the governor of Florida, says we've got it under control. What really needs to be focused on, though, is Western North Carolina. So here's a governor of Florida, which has got hit brutally, saying we got it under control. We're dealing with it. Western North Carolina needs our help. It needs a federal response. Somebody better pay attention. Watch.
What I would say is Florida, we have it handled. We got approved for the individual citizens, things we've wanted. We have what we need. Now, obviously, there may be additional things that we'll ask for in the future. It depends on how things shake out. But I think most of the effort should be in Western North Carolina right now, because you still have active rescues that need to take place. I mean, just think about, it's almost like if this area were totally cut off and every road was destroyed and all this, but you can still get places by boat. There, you can't do that. You're in, and I just think they should really, the federal government should focus on that.
Yeah. So Western North Carolina, I hope the Biden administration maybe is paying attention to this. But so he was asked how many more resources these states will get, and he was pretty adamant about this. Just asked by a reporter here on C-SPAN. Watch.
Are there any more resources the federal government could be giving them?
No, we've given them. We have pre-planned a significant amount of it, even though they didn't ask for it yet. Hadn't asked for it yet.
Yeah, so they got enough. You guys got enough down there. But we're able to send $8 billion to Ukraine, help out our little troll boy Zelensky, send it to Israel. Because Netanyahu needs some more money, a country with a surplus and a space force in Israel and nuclear weapons. But we need to send American forces to the Middle East right now. We need to get them weapons over there in Israel. DC Drano posted this. Not a single tax dollar should be sent overseas until Americans in North Carolina have electricity and running water again. Put Americans first. I can't believe I even need to say this. Of course, the commenters slammed him and called him a Putin apologist. Idiots. I'm so sick of idiots. I'm just, you ever just wake up and you're like, I'm just so sick of idiots in this world.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like if I posted, we need to make sure that Maui is taken care of. People in Maui are taken care of. People in, East Palestine, Ohio are taken care of. People in Conyers, Georgia with a chemical fire taken care of.
Yeah.
The port strike, which is about to devastate the United States. We're going to get to that in a few moments here. But saying a message about sending billions of dollars overseas to Israel, the Middle East, and all of these other areas that we're sending money right now, put Americans first. Yeah.
Well, I'm so glad to know that people think like this, because sometimes I only speak to erudite people who study, who get to come on Redacted, people who have actually done the fucking homework. So I don't get a lot to talk to people who have not. I'm sorry for the F word, but I see some of the comments on my posts where people say, well, we have to, we can't let Putin go unchecked. Okay. So we went into wars in Vietnam, Nicaragua, Panama, Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, Yemen. We were wrong in every single one of those wars, but we still get to check people. You think that you're right about this one? You think that this one's different and you're getting it right this time? People literally say yes to that.
Bread and Circuses in our chat says, I'm sick of your Israel bashing. It's like, but they're fine with the Ukraine part. They have their total love of Israel. So you think it's okay while Americans are underwater right now that we can send billions of dollars and National Guard forces to the Middle East to help Israel? You're okay with that? It's like, I don't understand this sort of Israel first mentality. Look, fine. I'm an American, so I'm going to put America first. If you are Israeli, great. You should put your own country first. But don't ask me to put your country above mine. I'm not going to do it. And certainly when Americans are underwater right now, you can... Anyway.
Well, literally, this is what the Department of Defense said today, is that the United States will defend itself from Iran. We are not under attack by Iran. So they are trying to make you believe that you need to defend ourselves from a war we intend to start right now with Iran. And over the weekend, 57 or is it 57 Arab Muslim countries have unequivocally said that they will offer a peace deal to Israel, that they want no more fighting, and all they want in exchange is a Palestinian state and an end of the occupation, and they will offer Israel security. No one has to go to war. This happened in Iraq when Saddam Hussein said, we will have peace talks, but no one's listening because the people in charge want war. Study more and then come back to me with this Israel bullshit.
Yeah, and Ivan Reichland feels the same way. He's going to be up in a little bit here on the show on Iran. He's like, people are being duped by this Iran bullshit right now. So wake up, people. Don't fall for this false flag garbage. You know, they want us to be dragged into this war, and they want you to feel like a rallying point, like we need a new bad guy. So that's how we're going to go to war. I mean, in the Middle East right now, it's absolutely crazy. So don't fall for it. Anyway, meanwhile, we had this in Tennessee. 8 men, all migrants. So our board, you know, we're very concerned about other countries, but we're not concerned about our borders being wide open in the United States. 8 men, all illegal immigrants. Andy No calls them migrants. I'm not calling them migrants. He can call them migrants. They're all illegal immigrants, have been arrested for allegedly looting and burglarizing flood-ravaged victims in eastern Tennessee. They've been arrested now. Can you imagine? It's the United States right now. So to top it all off, in eastern Tennessee, something else is going on. Truckers now, multiple truckers reporting that their tires are being slashed on their routes, trying to bring supplies and other items across those borders into North Carolina, through eastern Tennessee. Listen to these truckers, all of their tires being slashed at different rest stops multiple times. Watch.
A friend of mine posted my last video on Facebook, so I'm just repeating it here on TikTok just to get the word out. TA in Denmark, Tennessee had 50 trucks with slashed tires. 50 trucks with slashed tires. That's on I-40 through Tennessee. Exit 126 in Holiday, Tennessee. Loves had 5 trucks. One guy had 9 tires slashed. And exit 163 at the Loves in Dixon, Tennessee, there were 16 trucks with tires slashed. So if y'all are traveling through that area, avoid those truck stops. Try not to stay overnight in those truck stops as for now. They've got authorities working on what's going on, and it's some kind of an activist group that is doing this. So y'all be careful and be safe out there.
Thanks to the truckers out there who are, I mean, work tirelessly. We have a lot of them who watch our show. So thanks to the guys out there who are spending those tireless hours on there. And some people saying here, flooded nuclear reactor in Irwin, Tennessee. Thanks to Bahai in our chat as well on Rumble for that. So we're going to be watching this, and we'll see what the federal response is. It doesn't appear to be much from the federal. Don't worry though, Kamala Harris, she's been on the phone. She's been on the phone being briefed. And of course, people are calling the fact out. She said, I'm on the phone being briefed, and her headset wasn't even plugged into her phone. So anyway, posing for photo opportunities right now is what the Biden administration is focused on. So
So excited to see what she does when she's fully briefed.
Yeah, and President Trump just landed in Valdosta, Georgia. I mean, he's limited. He's not a president of the United States at the moment, so he can go there and lend support and some aid, but he doesn't have the power of the purse. He doesn't have the power of emergency declarations and FEMA and other things like that to marshal resources. So he's there right now, but the President Biden, he said apparently later in the week would maybe show up there. So we'll see if Biden shows up there. All right, we're going to look at Hillary Clinton's Black Swan event, or her prediction that she just made over the weekend about a major Black Swan event coming to the United States. What will that be? Could it have anything to do with the freaking cell phone outages that we're experiencing right now and the port closures and everything else we're experiencing? Who knows? But we'll talk about that in a moment. But first,
we want to tell you about our friends at Buy Optimizers because, of course,
watch.
Brief final question. You liken yourself to Cassandra, the Greek mythological figure who could see the future and the prophecies, but was never believed. Putting that Cassandra hat on for the moment, but we're listening. What is something you see happening in the near future that we should be taking more seriously?
Well, I do think that the press needs a consistent, the press that's not supporting Trump blatantly, very persistently, the press that's trying to be the press, be objective, be, reporting the facts. The press needs a consistent narrative about the danger that Trump poses. because, people may still look at the danger and say, I don't care. It doesn't affect me. I'm going to vote for him for X, Y, or Z. But okay. But at least people need to be woken up and given the facts about what he has done, is saying, and would do. And I anticipate that, something will happen in October, as it always does. The Russians, as I said earlier, are very active in this election. We know the Iranians are active as well. Chinese uses TikTok, or they certainly did against Biden and for Trump. I think they're a little less pro Trump right now. So you look at where people get their information, and they get their information largely from social media. And so the campaign is doing the best job it can to combat both domestic and foreign false disinformation. But I anticipate there will be a full court press in October. The digital airwaves will be filled. And why does that matter? Because the press that is pro-Trump anyway, oftentimes stories are put on digitally that then are picked up by, let's say, at Fox and others. And then those stories are stories, so the mainstream press reports on them. And so that story then takes on a life of its own. There will be...
Yeah.
Okay. She faked the Steele dossier. Why do they let her talk?
Why are we asking her for her opinions about the future? You've likened yourself to Cassandra, right? The Greek goddess.
You're basically the oracle.
You're the oracle. We're listening to you. We're listening because you're always correct. So she's telling us we're going to see a major black swan event. Well, what more evidence do you need that we're in the middle of one right now with a massive cyber attack? So Verizon outages. How many of you are witnessing this? A massive Verizon outage. Perfect storm right now. You could look at them as individual, or you could lump them all together. And I don't believe there's any, there's no such thing as a coincidence. Your phone, your bank, trying to get into your banking information. Good luck with all of that. Millions of Americans have not. Here's Verizon. Users reporting outages nationwide for Verizon Wireless. Yep, spiking massively all across the United States. Also, carriers, cell phone, T-Mobile, AT&T, Verizon, all of them in an SOS mode right now. Many of them. So I don't know if you guys are on those different services. It seems like you could be across the street from someone who's not affected, but you're on the same cell phone service. It's crazy right now. The election is just 36 days away, and as Laura Loomer reminded me, Klaus Schwab gave us all this little warning about the coming attacks. Watch.
Pay insufficient attention to the frightening scenario of a comprehensive cyber attack, which would bring to a complete halt to the power supply, transportation, hospital services, our society as a whole. The COVID-19 crisis would be seen in this respect as a small disturbance in comparison to a major cyber attack.
Thanks, Klaus. So when resources are needed the most, what are we going to do about it? Because now we're also dealing with this massive port strike issue that's about to hit here in the next few hours.
So now over 85,000 dock workers representing the International Longshoremen Associations say they will strike due to failed labor negotiation over wages. And this strike will affect how many ports? 36 ports, basically the entire eastern seaboard from Texas to Maine. Now, what they're saying is that every week that the strike is out represents a month's of supply for you. And what's interesting, though, is that you have to think about, okay, what are the things that I would not be able to get? Meat, grains, water, what have you. What is it that you need, right? Even more terrifying, if you say have a disease like diabetes and you need to make sure you have a steady stream of insulin, you can't even stock that up in advance of more than a month. So what will we do? Now, oddly enough, while consumer products will be majorly affected, the union themselves said that it will continue to honor its Centuries Plus pledge to handle all military cargo. So if you were thinking, oh, maybe yes, thank you for laughing at that, because awful.
Because Israel needs to get their military cargo.
Right. So you're
Yeah.
thinking, oh, maybe our war will be held up then because of the no.
Zelensky needs his stuff.
But yeah, hear what Philip said. I'm going back to bed. Bombs get priority from your food and medicine. Literally. And they also say cruise ships will be able to go.
Another
Yay.
big I want you to think about another major piece of this is that the food that's going to all of these illegal immigrant shelters as well,
right,
is going to be held up. This is mass chaos about to hit. So all of these illegal immigrant shelters that are getting all of these cushy meals right now across the country, what happens when they don't have food? All of the illegal immigrants who've been given a free handout and all of these free meals. All of that food distribution, according to reports, is going to dry up.
Yeah.
You want some chaos in the United States right now? Illegal immigrants who are here illegally living in these migrant shelters that will not have access to food anymore. What's going to happen? I'll throw it out there. What do you think is going to happen?
Lock
This is
up
going
your
to be
Costco supplies.
absolute chaos.
Right. Okay, well, that's what we got. We will continue to cover this throughout the week because, I mean, I did not see this week going this way when I woke up this morning.
No.
But yet here we are. So what are we going to do? We're going to stick together. Thank you for finding the service to be able to watch Redacted today. We really appreciate it because we just never know. You know, we're thankful that we're able to work at least.
Thank you guys for subscribing and being a part of our show Monday through Thursday. We're live on these days, trying to cover the stories the mainstream media is ignoring. We're not perfect, but we go where the facts are taking us. And we're going to check in now. We want to go to Georgia. Can we do that, Philip? Are we able to do that? I want to check in with a special guest that we're able to get here on the show. And let me just pull this up here. Yeah, we want to bring in, so we want to go to Georgia right now, Conyers, Georgia, with Alex McDonald. He's the host of the TPS Report, who lives in there, longtime resident of Conyers, Georgia, where, of course, there's a massive chemical fire that's now basically forcing people to shelter indoors, trying to get answers about what is going on with this massive biolab fire. And those individuals that live there. And Alex, you've lived there for how many years? Thank you so much for joining us.
Well, thank you, Clayton. Natalie, thanks for having me. I've been here since 2000. I moved to Conyers in the year 2000. I first became familiar with BioLab in 2004 when this exact same plant went up in flames back then. And at that time, we got very little information about what had happened, what chemicals had been pumped into the atmosphere. Pretty much the same as now, Clayton. None of us really know what's happening. You know, in addition to TPS Report, I do a local news show, This Week in Rockdale. And because of that, I have a number of contacts here in the county, and I have a lot of people that reach out to me with information. And we did a show about this last night, and somebody came in the chat who was, let's say, rather defensive of BioLab. And they said, well, it's not the government, it's not BioLab that's keeping this information from you, it's BioLab. My response to that, of course, was, well, then where's BioLab's statement telling us what chemicals went up? Because again, this is, I think, the third fire in 7 years at this plant. It's probably 4 or 5, possibly even 6 since I've been in Rockdale County, and we just never get any information.
So what is the situation now? How many explosions have been confirmed? What do we know and what are we speculating? This is actually like Stranger Things, the lab in Hawkins.
So this particular incident, the fire is, they say, under control, although there's still a massive smoke plume or chemical plume, whatever you want to call it. We don't know what chemicals are involved. Our fire chief, Marion McDaniel, she posted a video today to their Facebook page, and she said the fire's under control. The product that she's referring it to as product is still being released into the atmosphere. Once they have that under control, they'll be able to collect up all the remaining product and put it into safe storage, but absolutely no word on what this product is. We think it's safe to assume that chlorine is involved because BioLab are a manufacturer of pool and spa products. But Chief McDaniel said, chlorine and other related chemicals, and we have no idea what those are. We would love to know. You can see the video there. Nice red. I don't know what chemicals burn red, but that's what we're looking at right there.
It looks like lava. It looks like some sort of lava to me from a volcano. Did you receive any sort of shelter-in-place notifications? We understand from reports of individuals living there that you've received text messages. What are those saying?
I haven't received a text message personally, but I've seen all the social media posts. The entire county is under a shelter-in-place recommendation. Although some people think it should be enforced, but whatever, I disagree with that. The entire county is under a shelter in place. A lot of the roads in the immediate area are still shut down. They did reopen Interstate 20, both east and west, at around 7 a.m. this morning so that people who wanted to go to work could actually go to work. There is an area of mandatory evacuation, which the county posted a rather nondescript graphic to their Facebook page telling people in this area to evacuate. No instructions on where to go, no instructions on what roads were accessible to be able to evacuate, which has caused a number of residents to be I should say, a little bit disappointed with the county's response to this disaster.
Could children go to school today?
No, all the schools are out. Don't ask me why I don't have kids, but the schools are on some kind of break. All of the businesses in the city of Conyers were told to shut. All of the government buildings, of course, are closed, but they've been closed now since Wednesday because they shut down for the storm, the hurricane, and they just continued their little break through this fire. I've not been able to get confirmation of this, and I want to make that very clear. I have a source who's reached out, who's working on the cleanup, who've said they now have information that employees of BioLab were told not to report to work on Saturday because of a situation they were dealing with. I've sent a text message to the sheriff to try and get confirmation or denial of that, and I haven't heard word back from him yet. So as of now, that's unconfirmed, but this is what I'm hearing from sources, that there was potentially an issue they were facing Saturday, which whatever that issue is may have been completely unrelated to the fire, but I think it's the kind of information that people should be aware of.
Yeah, thank you for that. And we'll continue to look into that piece of it. The chlorine piece of this is interesting, right? Chlorine is heavier than air and tends to pool up in sort of low-lying areas, according to scientists, right? So this is not something that plumes up into the air and you see massive clouds of chlorine. Also, unless I'm wrong, I know Philip, who knows more about chemicals on our team than just about anyone, and in a good way. I'm not saying just because you live in Portland, you know a lot about chemicals, Philip, but chlorine does not catch fire, if I'm not mistaken, right? I mean, so
I don't believe it does. I don't know. That's you built me up way too far on that one. I'm not really sure about the chemical properties of chlorine. I was a biology major.
Here's what our fire chief has told us, is that the fire started on the roof, and they were, because of the chemicals involved, they were using, I guess, some kind of chemical flame retardant product to fight the fire. Once the fire spread, they had to switch to fighting the fire with water, which then had a volatile reaction with a chemical. They haven't told us what that chemical is, which flared up and caused the big volatile reaction that we saw. But again,
my biggest problem
is we don't know what all the chemicals are, Clayton.
Right. That's what I was going to say, Alex. I mean, you guys are being told to stay home. This sounds like East Palestine, Ohio, going up in our rivers and streams. You're being told to stay home. Are there any sort of water advisories? Or you're being told to stay indoors, but maybe that's worse? Air quality in homes is way worse than, right? So you're breathing, who knows what? That's what I'm concerned about.
Their advice right now is stay home, turn off the air conditioning, and close all the windows. And this is in Georgia at the end of summer. It's about 85 degrees outside, and they want everybody to stay indoors and turn off the AC. The EPA and the EPD are here. They're doing air quality testing. I'm hearing from contacts. I'm luckily about 6 miles south of this event, and the cloud has been blowing northward. So I've really been unaffected by this so far, but I have friends who live in that immediate vicinity who say that the air reeks of chlorine at the moment. Haven't heard any reports about chlorine taste in the water yet, but who knows? But I'm concerned beyond that. I'd like to know, it was chlorine and related chemicals, according to Chief McDaniel. And I would love to know what those related chemicals are so that, if anyone does have to seek medical treatment, it would be really nice to know what it is they're dealing with.
Right. As people are pointing out in the chat, Zelaya says in our Rumble chat, outside air won't stay outside your home.
Exactly.
So,
none of our buildings are hermetically sealed.
Right. Very concerned about you guys there in Conyers, Georgia, on a day when we're seeing so many other crazy stories emerging. Alex McDonald from the TPS Report. Thanks for joining us. Stay safe. And my gosh, please keep us up to date, because I don't know that the authorities are being open and honest with you, it seems, at this stage. We'll continue to watch it.
I certainly will. I chat with David often, so I'll keep him updated.
Wonderful. Thanks, Alex. We appreciate it. All right. We've got more news to get to here on your what is it? Monday. My gosh. Could it be Friday already? We've got more news to get to here on your Monday. We're going to talk about the criminals on the loose in the United States, the numbers from ICE that were just released. And now the White House, just a few minutes ago, Karine Jean-Pierre trying to walk those numbers back and saying they're being misrepresented. Oh, you guys release us numbers, but we are somehow misrepresenting them. I understand. So I'm sorry, the columns that say rapists and murderers that you've released into the United States, we are misunderstanding that. Just want to be clear about that. I'm hearing myself twice, David. I don't know if you can hear. I'm hearing myself feeding back into.
Yeah, I was just letting him know, but.
Okay, good. So good to see all of you guys. Thank you guys for subscribing to us and joining us here on this Monday. I really appreciate it. Thank you guys for being a part of our great community here on Redacted, both on Rumble, on YouTube, and on X. We really appreciate it. All right, well, we've got more news to get to here on your Monday. But first, we want to tell you about our friends at American Financing. Mortgage interest rates are dropping. It's a part of a social contract. Now, in the United States, you clearly don't have that social contract with our government. Our government knows about criminals and cannot remove them from our borders. Even ICE is frustrated about this right now. They exist to protect our borders and are not able to. They're not able to. Here is how they explain this.
All right, I'll take it from here. So what they're saying is that they recognize that some jurisdictions are concerned that cooperating with federal immigration officials will erode trust with immigrant communities and make it harder for local law enforcement to serve that populations. However, they say, and everyone who's been paying attention to this has said all along, sanctuary policies can end up shielding dangerous criminals who often victimize those same communities. The problem here is that their hands are tied. That's what they're saying. It's an utter gut punch to anyone that watches this, because there's no immigrant community saying, oh, yes, we want a free and open border so that criminals can come and terrorize, because where do they terrorize first? Us. So if they're specifically talking about Spanish-speaking communities, none of these Spanish-speaking communities want criminals to come in and hurt their daughters, kidnap their kids, steal from their hard-earned earnings. No one wants that. So how do liberals answer for this? Like, oh, we love all Latins. Just let them all come in, get documented. All are welcome. The Latin communities, this is why they're turning away from democratic policies, are saying you're letting through criminals. They're raping and stealing. But the Democrats' response is, yeah, but they're your people. You should be happier now, right? So it's a really racist way to torture migrant communities by open borders and placing more criminals inside those communities. So let's turn to the numbers. Now, what the White House says is that these numbers have been misrepresented. They're not saying that they're wrong. They're saying that they're being misrepresented. Well, I'm not exactly sure what they mean by misrepresented. Karine Jean-Pierre did not actually expand on this, but these are the numbers that ICE is saying. I think we can, at the very least, assume that it's, let's be conservative. I'm going to assume it's double this, but even if these numbers are legit, it's terrifying. So the way ICE is representing this to us, I found not sufficient. So I'm going to show you how I worked up these numbers in a second. So what they're saying, total criminals, and we're going to look at how they break down by crime, is about 15,000. So currently detained is about 10,000 with criminal convictions, and then pending convictions is about 4,700. So let's say that's about 15,000. Now, of the ones that they do not have detained, but either know that they're criminals, meaning we've convicted them or some other country has convicted them or they're pending criminal charges, well, it's upwards of 600,000. So I wanted to take those numbers and put them in my own spreadsheet because, number one, I'm a Virgo and I love spreadsheets, any opportunity. But also, I want to know what the percentage is. What are these totals? What are the total numbers of crimes versus the total numbers of detainees? And it's really easy to see. So let's just look at the totals and then we'll look at it by crimes. So first of all, total people here that have done crimes, total number 662,000, but in custody 15,000. So that's 2% detained, 98% roaming free. Now, the document also says that they only have 40,000 beds in detention centers, so we can't take care of these people. We know that they're chartering flights for migrants, so we could say you're removed for now. We'll get you back if you prove your innocence. But for now, our priority is to protect the American people. So you got to go. They're not saying that. They're not doing any of that. They're just letting them go free. Now, if you read the tone of this document, clearly ICE is frustrated by this. Their whole reason for being is to keep the borders safe, and they're not allowed to do it. But these are the numbers. Now, if you look at this chart again, look at assault. Out of 108,000 people that they know have committed assault, they've detained 4%. This is one of the higher numbers, and it's even still totally crappy. That means 95% of assault perps walking free. Burglary, 18,000 offenders, 2.8% in custody, the rest walking free. Dangerous drugs, which is the root cause of the fentanyl crisis we have right now. We know of 72,000 offenders, but they have only 1,600 in custody. So 97% of them free to roam about the country. Let's move on to homicide, kidnapping, and robbery. You should, again, look at this yourself. I can send you this document with my workings because I want to say my spreadsheet representation is better than ICE. You can have it if you'd like, or you could make one yourself. But again, if we know of at least 15,000 murderers, how many have we detained? 329. That means if you murder someone as a non-citizen of America, you have a 98% chance of getting out and getting away with it. Kidnappers, we know of about 3,500, but have only detained 112. 97% rate of letting them go. These are people who steal children. Robbery, larceny, immigration offenders, every one of these, you see the percentage not detained, 95% or higher. Now let's move on to sexual offenders, weapons offenders, and traffic violations, which may seem like nothing, but I think traffic violations is a bigger threat to us than you think, because migrants who bring lawlessness to the country drive dangerously and can kill us all. So sex offenders and sexual assaulters, between 3 and 4% of them in custody, the rest out on the street with their penises to do whatever they want, right? People who steal property or vehicles. I'm not sure how this is different than burglary. Nevertheless, same amount of numbers. Traffic offenders, only 1.43% of them in custody. Weapons offenders, 17,000 migrants with illegal weapons, 96% not in custody. So can we trust these numbers? Well, J.J. Adams, the former Border and Customs agent, who's a friend of the show, says absolutely these numbers are comically no. J.J. Carroll. Who's J.J. Adams? I'm thinking that's nobody,
Abrams,
right?
I think is who you're thinking of, and that's
It's who I'm thinking of, who made Star Wars. I don't know how much he cares about that. Right. So we know that JJ Carroll knows about this and says that these are comically low numbers. But even if we take them at face value, it shows 500,000 non-citizens that ICE lets go free inside our borders. So not making us safe. Now, Kamala Harris visited the border last week. She kind of looked through the wall and she announced that she would be announcing new restrictions. None of her new restrictions on the border would help the government deport criminals. That seems to be a non-issue. It's not like, okay, well, maybe we can stop them. But what about the ones that are already here? That are kidnappers and sexual assaulters and murderers? Can't do anything about that. That's the way it is. It's just the way it is. Okay, so why isn't this bigger news, though? Why does it seem like only conservatives care about this? Why would Democrats ignore this? Is it really just as stupid as that they would have to admit that Trump had a point about the borders and that would sort of break their operating system to ever validate anything that Trump said? It seems like that's the case. Discussing this recently, Greg Gutfeld said that it betrays all logic because surely Democrats love their families, and two, surely they don't want to be stolen from and raped too, right? I'm just going to let him say it.
In the real world, she would be toast. And I don't like getting riled up for no reason because the story is so unbelievable. I wanted to see if it was reported elsewhere. You know, it couldn't find it on MSNBC, CNN, Drudge. You have the release of hundreds of thousands of foreign criminals, like they emptied the jails, raped thousands of rapists, thousands of murderers. And on the pages of all of these networks, the death of Maggie Smith, which is sad, great actress, Lana Del Rey's marriage, P. Diddy rumors, but nothing about what is easily one of the most big, probably the biggest crime story I've ever seen. So we know that Democrats watch this show. Some of them hate watching. But if you're watching this, the media doesn't want you to know this information. They don't want it to reach you. They would rather you die or be raped than Trump be right or find out the truth. So you can hate Fox all you want. You can hate Trump all you want. You can hate me. But you can't hate yourself and your family so much that you're going to ignore a story that puts them in danger. Now, even if these numbers are off by 50%, please, I think that the fact checkers should fact check it. You know, tell us, no, it's not 16,000 rapists. It's only 8,000. It's only 7,000 murders. Cool. I'm glad you're okay with that. I'll take your fact check. But anybody who defends this or says it's not that big a deal is complicit, and they should be held accountable. Every victim of every crime by the people that are in here that we haven't vilified, who are actual villains, you need to file a class action suit against this government. You know, these bastards were more offended by stories of cats being eaten than real stories reported here of actual rape and murder. And if you ask why those other stories existed, it was the only way to get these a-holes in the media to even look at this story. They can only see immigration as a gotcha moment for political gain. There are actual people that are dying. This is a huge story. Where is it?
Well, it's here on Redacted. Does it help? I don't know. But, you know, I think that the ICE document shows why liberals don't care, and it makes me want to cry. It says because these murderers and rapists, they prey on the migrant communities that they move into. So it's not us, right? It's not sort of middle, affluent, upper class keyboard warrior type workers. So we can say we love all Latins and not really care that they're living in dangerous communities because our ignorance. And so it's, I don't know what it is.
And the sad thing is too, if you try to bring awareness to it and you try to talk about it in even a reasonable way, the climate is so chaotic that they just label you a racist and all this other stuff. It's like we can't even have conversations about it and try to figure out what do we do? Like, what can we do?
I don't know. We can talk about it. Yeah. So, I mean, it's the people who are least likely to be victimized by it for now, until it spreads into all communities, who can say and ignore this because they can afford to for now.
Yeah. I mean, even Greg's comment, though, I mean, regardless of what you think about Fox News, I see a lot of people trashing Fox News, and that's fine. But his comment is pretty spot on, because even if they try to walk these numbers back and they're like, no, it's not 15,000, it's only 7,000 murders. Oh, okay. So
that's cool by you?
The hundreds of thousands. And I talked with JJ Carroll today about these numbers, and he said these numbers are bogus. I mean, it's way higher than this. Way higher. Where are they getting these numbers that they have these individuals detained in any kind of way? They don't have them detained. Where are they detaining them? All of these beds are empty. All of these ICE beds, detainment beds are empty. And he knows, he's gone to them. He's contacted all of his ICE friends and Border Patrol agents. They're not holding these individuals. They've released them.
Yeah.
And they don't know where they are in the United States.
Right.
And they're just out there. And so you got murderers that you know about, and the White House is now trying to walk these back. It's going to be very interesting to watch this vice presidential debate.
You know, there was a best-selling book recently called American Dirt, and the plot of the book is these a mom and a son who are victims of cartel violence, and then they illegally cross the U.S. border. They literally cross with a person who tries to rape them as they're going across with these two young girls who consistently are at risk of being raped because they're young and pretty. So I think this narrative of like, it's not just criminals, it's good people too, but the good people are being chased by rapists. And so the good, like, they're proving their own point that a secure border would secure everyone you want to care about. And it's such ignorance to say an open border is a compassionate thing to do. And you can only say that until it doesn't hurt you. And it's a tunnel vision that I literally can't stand it. But here are the numbers. Now, how the White House says they're being misconstrued, I don't know. I took exactly that document and put it in my prettier spreadsheet. You can check my math if you want to. We're not misconstruing anything. This is what ICE says they know about and they cannot detain, period. All right, we're going to move on.
We're going to move on. That's right. We will indeed move on because Ivan Reichlein's going to be joining us here on his battle against the deep state. You know, he talk about a warrior, former U.S. Green Beret, colonel in the United States Army, and U.S. constitutional lawyer. And he's been going up against these punks. He's been going up against the likes of Mike Pence and Jared Kushner and all of these other scumbags that are trying to take down the United States. All these people that are working behind the scenes in the deep state, he's going after them. Yeah, he's got a plan for it. And he's here on an interesting day when all hell is breaking loose right now. We're going to get with Ivan here in just a second. But first,
I want to tell you that I ran upstairs to do an errand and I didn't bring my glasses when I came back down, and I'm pretty sure I got those numbers right. But as I looked in my spreadsheet, I was like, I think that I've got that right. So anyhow,
note to self, don't run errands during a broadcast.
Right. We had someone come to the door, had to run out during that last segment. So, and I left my reading glasses upstairs. So if I did get a last name wrong, if I got any of those numbers wrong, let me know. And again, the spreadsheet does the talking better than me. So.
All right.
I think the only thing you got wrong was the J.J. Adams thing. So
I thought, I called J.J. Carroll, J.J. Abrams.
J.J. Abrams.
Yeah,
oh, yeah,
he's not a Star Wars director.
No.
Huge fan of the show, I'm sure.
Yeah.
We are his cup of tea, I'm sure.
I'll text JJ and see if he's a fan. JJ Abrams, by the way. Let's see if he's a fan.
Whatever. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we're gonna get to Ivan. Can we go to Ivan now? No.
Let's tell our friends over at about Lear Capital.
Okay. Why don't you do it since
I cannot read it. I'll borrow your glasses and I'll do it if you want.
My God, let's talk about precious metals and let's talk about investing right now. And look, we saw these rate cuts, of course, things down above around 4% right now. The United States dollar under assault, and of course they're trying to distract you that inflation doesn't exist. You're fine. Kamala Harris has nothing to do with it. She's not involved with it anymore. She wasn't even there when all of this inflation was happening. And President Biden the other day said, no, she was there. In fact, I basically handed the presidency over to her when I took over, when I became president. Oh, I see. So now more important than ever to make sure your family is protected by actual tangible assets. I talk about real estate investing in here. I talk about gold. I talk about silver. make sure at least you have some of your US dollars converted over to tangible assets as the US dollar continues to plummet. And our friends at Lear Capital can help you get set up with that. Surprise you?
No, first off, thanks for having me, Clayton. And it does not surprise me. It's funny that she says that. It's almost as though she forgets that we've already had several black swan events. We just had 2 failed assassination, right? Well, I should say assassination attempts on President Trump. We've also had previous, maybe there were test case outages. Remember, right around that time. So it was 2 days before the RNC convention was the first assassination attempt in Butler. Oh, by the way, and then the CrowdStrike. Luckily, it didn't impact my travel, but many people's travel was impacted. Keep in mind that CrowdStrike was the same company that was involved in the entire, the whole Russia hoax in very substantive ways. And then, so I said this months ago. I was on Alex Jones in February, and we were wargaming, what potentially could take place in the course of the rest of the year in the political calendar and the constitutional calendar for the presidential election. And at this point, if you've been monitoring this closely enough, you can see that there's been a continued escalatory campaign by the deep state, meaning the national security system and ecosystem that I was a part of for 25 years. And I can name you these names by name, date, place, transgression, and relationships in as much detail and time as you'd like. But bottom line is the Black Swan event that Hillary Clinton, I think, is alluding to is that they are not able to control the narrative. And so they have to stop the free speech truth from getting out, because we're pervasive everywhere. We're doing rallies in person. Yesterday, I was at the Rescue the Republic, and the day prior was the Rage Against the War Machine. It's kind of like a tangential event over the weekend in Washington, D.C., and pretty significant crowds were showing up yesterday, even though the weather was bad. And it's independents and those that were traditionally your traditional, I guess, Kennedy-style Democrats or liberals, that they value the First Amendment much more than they have a dosage of TDS, I'd like to call it. So at this point, they've kind of gotten past realizing that they were duped. And the more and more people that realize that they were duped, the less power influence that this current illegitimate regime has. And that's why the Black Swan event. They've failed at assassinating him. I think they're trying to figure out, okay, looks like we may not be able to assassinate our political opponent. Let's move on to something in a different fashion, which is shut down the entire internet. And that's why you're seeing massive moves to try to shut down X. And if they can't shut down X because of all the infrastructure that Elon has put together, whether it's through Starlink, et cetera, I'm going to say it this way, that I still believe, and this is based on significant research that I've done, I still believe that there are some legacy individuals at Twitter now at X now, from the Twitter 1.0 days, that are loyal to Jim Baker, the former deputy general counsel at X or at Twitter, who used to be the general counsel of the FBI during the 2014 to 2018 reign of terror of, spying on the Trump campaign, General Flynn, Carter Page. So you're seeing individuals that potentially likely have loyalties to the deep state that are still embedded at X, that are still remaining there, kind of like the legacy holdovers that we saw from the Obama to the Trump presidency. You're seeing the same thing at Twitter. And I think there needs to be a call on Elon Musk himself, because I think he is operating, everything I've seen, he's operating in maximum good faith. He doesn't have the time to go ahead and scrutinize every single employee. So it's really incumbent on all of us collectively as a nation to help him clean out the apparatus that was from Legacy 1.0 Twitter that has now moved to Bastrop County, Texas. And that's why I went on my whirlwind tour in Texas last week to really lay out that we are in a different position within our First Amendment now that Elon's on board, and then the companies in Texas. We have the ability to leverage Ken Paxton. He can subpoena certain things that protects Elon Musk from any sort of legal scrutiny. The state chairman of the state Senate has a committee in Texas known as the State Affairs Committee. They've already had a hearing specifically as it applies to censorship, because that committee has the appropriate jurisdiction. That's chaired by State Senator Brian Hughes. I should be on communicating with, I've already communicated with his office. We're going to have continued discussions there, hopefully moving on in the next couple of days on what his left, right, and right maximum limits are and what he should do, which is also subpoena from that committee's perspective. What is his name? Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick also is in a position to really start working this problem, because he's in Texas, the lieutenant governor presides over the state Senate. So he has significant authorities to be able to influence the release of what I've been arguing and calling it as the mother of all Twitter files, meaning everything that Jim Baker touched within Twitter 1.0 that showcases his involvement in the censorship industrial complex, that included covering for the illegal 2020 election, that included covering for everything related to the COVID con, everything related to the January 6th Fedsurrection, all of the, and then he can do it by state basically and release it in time for it to have an impact even right now for early voting, if it should be released literally today or the next few days, because Pennsylvania is already in the midst of early voting. It would be nice to see if somebody at X, as well as Ken Paxton's office, Senator Hughes's office, the district attorney in Bastrop County, his name is Brian Gertz, or the sheriff in Bastrop County by the name of Maurice Cook. And I've kind of mapped this out. You said, I'm doing it constitutionally. I'm doing it legally, morally, and ethically with the institutions that are willing to play ball to defend our First Amendment. And that includes federal officers, state and county local officers. And the last thing I'll say on this is, at the federal level, we still have the mechanism of Congressman Mike Cloud is the congressman from that district in Bastrop County, and he sits on the oversight committee at the federal level in the U.S. House, and the chairman is Jim Comer. So it'd be nice to see some moves by that committee to go ahead and subpoena at the federal, at the AG level, at the state Senate level, and at the district attorney level, all evidence of the crime scene that Elon Musk is already now twice tweeted about, that he says is Twitter 1.0 / crime scene.
Let me get your take on Iran. This is a massive push right now for us to go to war with Iran. And it's all being coordinated, and everyone seems to be on the same page. All the Sunday shows, you have people like Mike Pompeo that are being dragged out by Fox News. They're all pushing this. What do you make of this?
Yeah, I'd say there's two main drivers behind it. One thing that you need to understand as you're observing this is John Kerry is at the epicenter probably of all of this. Remember, John Kerry was the one that promulgated the JCPOA. Remember the Iran deal, if you will, to allow them to conduct what they needed to conduct as it applies to the Iran deal, nuclear deal. So back when in February, when we were going through this wargaming of, what are the potential things that could happen? And we talked about there could be an assassination attempt on Trump when they realized that they can't block him from being the nominee. Well, the people that you need to observe that are in the best position to go ahead and conduct an assassination, let's look at history. Which institutions were behind the political assassinations of the 60s? Many would agree that it was, whether it's the CIA director or CIA or the director of the FBI, right? Well, when you apply it to today's context, the FBI director, I basically did a call out. Hey, Secret Service, if you're listening in, you probably want to listen in on everything that the FBI director, Chris Wray, is doing to see if he poses a threat to candidate President Trump. And number two, you probably want to observe and listen in on everything private citizen John Kerry is doing, because he has deep-rooted, seated ties to the Iranian regime based on his negotiations and subsequent interactions since then. Remember, we saw a couple years back during the Trump presidency, it was John Kerry seen sitting with the foreign minister, I believe, of Iran at a cafe, and other instances of them interacting. So is it possible that John Kerry is basically saying, hey, at some point, we're going to give you the green light? And we also saw the video of a drone strike of Mar-a-Lago. So putting all those indicators together, I'm going to say that the Iran component involves the John Kerry aspect that I just mentioned. And then the second is, now that the uniparty war machine has expended all of its political capital to basically bankrupt America by funding the Ukraine war. Now that, remember, Ukraine started immediately after the pullout of Afghanistan. So the military industrial complex had to create the next thing. So the next thing was, The next thing, Afghanistan, then they did Operation Warp Speed, right? Military industrial complex with the COVID con. Then they went to the Ukraine component, and then they went to the Israel funding. And now the political capital is lost and they've expended all of it on Israel. So what's the next big thing that will also help them conduct an electoral heist? I suspect that this is the next game plan. And maybe it'll be something to the effect of, oh, Iran assassinated President Trump. Now we need to go and fight and do a war on Iran. So it's like two birds with one stone. They assassinate Trump, they retain power, and they continue to fund the military-industrial complex at scale.
Brilliant.
That's my
brilliant. And it's brilliant because all of the MAGA supporters who don't buy for a second that this is happening, right? They don't think. Now suddenly you find out. Now the MAGA supporters, they're like, find out that it's Trump was assassinated by an Iranian. Oh my God. Now you've got all of these people on your side. And that's why on our show, we're trying to wake people up. Don't fall for it. Do not fall for it. And we've been, look, and people, 80% of our audience gets it. They understand. There's like 20% that are still, they're saying, you guys are naive. No, it's Iran.
Now here's what could happen though. I mean, there could be a bait and switch. Say they assassinate Trump, blame it on Iran. They usher in Nikki Haley as president, right? And Vice President Ron DeSantis. And all of a sudden they let those two win, right? And then everybody's like, oh, wow, it was a legitimate election.
Right.
Meanwhile, we already forgot about the coup that occurred on January 6th. We already forgot about the coup that occurred when Kamala was placed in instead of Biden. And then we're going to forget about the coup that was done by the assassination. Now, God forbid, I don't want that to happen because I'm trying to restore the constitutional republic. And I'm under the assumption that they're going to be successful in what I just said. And the only way we stop that is through the states and the counties. So even if there is a Harris Waltz or a Haley DeSantis or whatever, or Cheney, right? Pence, Cheney, it doesn't matter. We have to work with the institutions that we still have remaining to go ahead and push back against the censorship and put the truth out, to mobilize the country to understand what we're seeing so that the country does not allow this to happen, meaning the states, the counties. Most counties are red. We just need to motivate them through the people to conduct the same precedent already set by Fannie and Fannie Willis, and then good old fat Alvin Bragg over in, again, these are DAs, county level officials. We have 2,500 red county DAs. I'm sure there was a transgression that took place that Elon Musk has geotag location data for that he can release for immediate actioning. And maybe that takes place after the election, depending on how it takes place.
Well, then, of course, overnight we hear from Elon Musk saying, this may be our last election. So he knows what's going on. He knows what's at stake here. And even try to log into Twitter today. If you're a part of this nationwide outage for cell phones, it's all tied to your cell phone. You can't log into Twitter. Good luck. I'm unable to log into Twitter right now. So many viewers right now unable to log into Twitter. So there's an attack, and he says this 24 hours ago that this may be our last election.
Yeah, so I would say this, that I never bet against Elon Musk. I mean, that's the first thing I'll say. He has put things in place and made moves in advance. I think he knows what is going to take place. He's not a dumb guy. And so what I mean by that is Starlink is on the ascendancy, meaning an entire infrastructure of access to the internet, which shortly in the next several months is going to allow access directly from cell phones to access that separate infrastructure. And going back to the Black Swan. So if they want to shut down the internet, Elon Musk through Starlink, right, SpaceX and all the satellites that he's just launched is in a position to at scale give access to the world, to the internet, more so than has been accessible in the past.
You've gone after these deep state people. I mean, and you know the intelligence community better than anyone. I mean, are you concerned about any sort of relationship that Elon has had with the CIA and sort of contracts with Starlink? I think people kind of forget some of those connections there. I mean, people look at Google and they're very quick to point out that Google started as a result of a contract with the CIA, right? So think people kind of compartmentalize certain things, and on this show we don't. And I always want to make sure that all of these things are on the table when people are
Right, right. No,
scrutinizing this.
you make a good point. Many people mention that concern. I am aware of it. Now, I'm not saying, I'm not fawning over Elon Musk and everything that he's done, but to be genuine and kind of communicating in good faith, everything he's done since he's purchased Twitter, now X, has shown that he is putting everything on the table to open up free speech. Now, is it the end all be all perfect on how Twitter was before 2018 when the censorship really started kicking in? No, it's not there yet. And I kind of identified that earlier, is that I think he's operating in good faith, much more than what Jack Dorsey was saying when he testified. Oh, yeah, I'm trying to be nonpartisan. Meanwhile, he sees everything going on. He was at the company since its inception. Elon Musk is taking over a crime scene. He can't overnight just say, all right, boom. Now, could he go faster? Yes, but there may be there's probably a calculus behind that. I argued, my argument was September 3rd would have been the ideal start date for the release of the Motherwell Twitter files. And that was simply because at that point we would know who the Democrats would put forward, because it was literally a few days after the DNC convention when they conducted the internal coup themselves to place Harris in as the nominee. And then it was the day after Labor Day weekend when everybody starts to focus on the political calendar, as well as a few days prior to the early voting in Pennsylvania. Because I mean, let's kind of look at the calendar. It would be nice to see him release information of the crime scene so that then the campaign can use that in a manner that's specifically targeted to the states that have early voting to start to impact that early voter with providing them the full information. Meaning, imagine if the former Secretary of State of Pennsylvania, Boockvar, has a Twitter account, or her staff does, and we then take a look inside of all of Twitter Holdings to see, are there any direct messages, emails, communications between the legal team as well as the portal on them communicating to censor the illegally conducted 2020 election in Pennsylvania? If there's anything to be seen, which I suspect there is, again, I don't know for sure. Matt Taibbi says that, he was interviewed yesterday. He thinks that there probably isn't much in there, but he doesn't know. Based on my research and looking into this, I am confident that there is a trove of evidence. The only way we find this out is for the subpoena to take place. And Matt Taibbi agrees with me, because I think at this point, we probably agree that Elon Musk may be reticent to release it for certain reasons, but for a Ken Paxton or for a Brian Hughes, they're in a safer spot to provide that top cover for Elon so that it doesn't look like he's the one that's throwing current employees of Twitter under the bus, because then they could subvert him immediately because they're burrowed in the system. Whereas a lawful subpoena is a little bit safer for the company, but then also allows us to get to maximum free speech and exposure of all of the censorship industrial complex categories that they told us were lies, when in fact they were lying to us and we were just promoting truth. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it makes total sense. And of course, my brain immediately then, Ivan, goes to Mark Zuckerberg suddenly in the past few weeks changing his tune a little bit. Like how much you talk about a treasure trove on Facebook and Instagram, WhatsApp. I mean, what does he know, and why has he suddenly changed his tune over the past few weeks? He's probably sitting on a mountain of corruption and illegality. I mean,
massive. That's a great point. So in that letter of admission that he sent over to Jim Jordan, the chair of the Judiciary Committee, several weeks ago at this point, there was 3 topics that he said. I'll summarize. This is how I interpret it based on my analysis. Number one, he admitted that he was involved in the joint operation known as Operation Genocide with the federal government, because he was complicit in censoring certain forms of what they call COVID information, right? The CCP-19 Fauci-funded lab incident, as I like to translate it or pronounce it. And so from there, who were the ones in the White House and the administration that pressured him? I want to know the names. And I can almost guarantee you that the same people that pressured Mark Zuckerberg's teams are the same individuals that coordinated with Jim Baker to quote unquote pressure Twitter 1.0. One other note on that, first out of the 3 that I want to mention, is that Twitter 1.0's official fact-checking team that was subcontracted out, the company that did the fact-checking was Reuters. Reuters was the CEO of Reuters at the time, James Smith. was one of the two mentioned board members on Pfizer's own website, James Smith. So it's in essence, it's Pfizer board member telling his own employees in his other hat as CEO of Reuters to say, hey, you're going to block any content that makes our product, Pfizer, right, the jab, look like it's unsafe and ineffective. So by essence, it's follow the money, and it's spelled science with a dollar sign for the S, the cent sign for the C, and then for the two E's in science, think of the euro sign. Translation, follow the money. And it's specifically laid out there. So imagine we look into those individuals, and then we look at the communications between Jim Baker and others at Twitter 1.0 with Reuters, and all the exchanges on who made the determination and decision as it applies to just that one piece of COVID disinformation, they called it. You're going to see the entire criminal crime scene that Elon Musk is referring to. And oh, by the way, whatever happened to Fauci files, that is what needs to start to come out. Number two, on the Facebook front, Mark Zuckerberg admitted to covering for the Biden criminal syndicate laptop, right? In October of 2020. Well, that
when
means
the FBI came to his office and he said, "Okay, we'll suppress the Hunter Biden laptop story."
Yeah, and remember when he was on with Joe Rogan, said, "Oh, a couple agents from the FBI. Guess what? Hey, Brian Auten, was that you that did that? Hey, Laura Demlow, was that you that did that?" So I'm the guy that takes it from, hey, here's the censorship industrial complex, institutionally, organizationally. Oh, it's the FBI, it's the CIA. No, we have to identify the individuals that were behind it. And I suspect that in my research that the Foreign Influence Task Force over at FBI headquarters that was created by Christopher Wray. By the way, Chris Wray was the lawyer for Chris Christie and Bridgegate, if you didn't know that. Yes, then that starts to make sense, right? So Chris Wray, the FBI, I like to call FBI director, goes ahead and creates the Foreign Influence Task Force to perpetuate the Russia hoax via institutionalizing that hoax within the FBI. And then he appoints the section chief, Laura Demlow, who's listed in some of the hearings that were done by Judiciary and Oversight at the federal level this last year and a half. And then you have Brian Auten, who was the supervisory intel analyst at this Foreign Influence Task Force, who was the guy that received for analysis the Hunter Biden laptop. Is he the same? Wait. He's the same guy that was the supervisory intel analyst on the illegal Crossfire Hurricane op. It's the same dudes running the cover-up for the cover-up for the cover-up, Clayton. And then now
make it up.
It's so disgusting. And then Congress does nothing about it. So anyway, you got Brian Auten, which begs the question, hey, Mark Zuckerberg, when you were on Joe Rogan's show, was it Brian Auten that contacted your teams? Was it Laura Demlow? Or was it maybe Joe Pientka III, the senior operations guy on Crossfire Hurricane, who was sent over to then become the basically 2 or 3 guy at the FBI field office in San Francisco, 4 blocks north of where Jim Baker, the deputy general counsel of Twitter 1.0 was. I know these are a lot of names, but bottom line is the deputy general counsel at Twitter was placed the same year over there after he was the senior legal guy at FBI, at the same time, basically, that the senior ops guy on Crossfire Hurricane was sent to the FBI field office in San Francisco so that they could run the censorship regime through that mechanism. And another guy that comes up is Elvis Chan in the San Francisco field office, who is listed in the Missouri v. Biden lawsuit, and you're obviously tracking it. So as you start to identify these names, backtrack where they were, do the link analysis relationship to them, it's the same as incestuous generational relationships that go back to the initial transgression, which was they had to take out General Flynn because he would have been the first one to expose this by name, date, place, and transgression as the incoming national security advisor to completely expose all of them and create massive accountability. So they had to take him out, box Trump in, have Pence as here. When I say Pence, I need to say one thing about this. Mike Pence's chief of staff, Josh Pitcock, his wife is Catherine Seaman, who is the senior Russia analyst for Peter Strzok, one of the 2 agents that were sent and deployed by the FBI director and deputy director to take out General Flynn. So Mike Pence's chief of staff's wife was in on the entire op to take out General Flynn, I argue. And they were involved in Anonymous. Remember Anonymous?
Uh-huh.
And the 25th Amendment moves on President Trump. And those 25th Amendment moves continued when Mike Pence illegally certified on January 6th without a quorum the 2020 election. There was no quorum on that day because Nancy Pelosi said only 11 members of the House and Senate, Democrats, Republicans, could be present on the floor, which doesn't meet the 12th Amendment threshold for a quorum, where you need 2/3 of the states represented in the House, 2/3 of the members in the Senate. So, like, I know I'm going through a lot of things here, and it requires a further discussion on all the details. Bottom line, I'll summarize it to say it this way. Now that Twitter has moved from California to Texas, we are now in such a stronger position to mobilize and coordinate and synchronize federal, state, local, private influencers, Mike Adams, for example, in Bastrop County, Texas, and others in Texas, to go ahead and let's unify, find all of the criminal evidence that Elon is referring to, put it out there for us to push for. I'm calling on two things. Number one, when you look at Article 2, Section 1, Clause 2 of the United States Constitution, it specifically lays out that the state legislatures are the authority on allocation of presidential and vice presidential electors for the electoral college process, which means if Elon understands that, if Tucker, if Joe Rogan understands that and says, hey, RFK Tulsi, I say that the only way that we have a free, fair, and transparent election with the time that we have left, an election that avoids retail fraud, wholesale fraud, digital manipulation, whether it's software or hardware, foreign interference, mail-in fraud, Dropbox fraud, dirty voter roll fraud, as well as illegals voting fraud, dead people, whatever. The only way that is very simple and elegant under the Constitution for us to avoid all those levels of shenanigans is to call on our state legislatures on November 5th to hold a vote live in person, streamed on X, Rumble, here on your show, on C-SPAN, to go ahead and have them stand up and roll call vote on who they vote for allocation of those presidential electors. Let me say it more briefly. Legislatures of the 50 states are the authority on allocation of presidential and vice presidential electors. If everyone votes by political party affiliation across the 50 states, or if only those states that have Republican majority state legislatures actually vote this manner under the guise of this guarantees all fraud to not exist, and we're doing it legally, Republicans currently control 274 electoral votes. That is a checkmate on any black swan event that they are advocating for or are going to do. Let me say that again. This is the most important thing. November 5th, 274 electoral votes are controlled by Republican majorities in the state legislatures under their authorities of Article 2, Section 1, Clause 2. And that stops all levels of fraud. The only way we get them to do that is that we get the biggest influencers that are advocating for free, fair, transparent elections to explain that this is the lawful path to do so. And concurrently with that, the second point is, as you expose what I call the mother of all Twitter files, as you explain that the 2020 election through these Twitter files was abjectly illegal across multiple levels, specifically in the states of Pennsylvania, Georgia, right, Wisconsin, Nevada, Arizona, Michigan. But not only there, 39 states ran their elections not according to their state election law. They were run due to COVID. And when we see that COVID was illegitimate, the whole COVID con, I think at that point we can then convince and compel the nation to demand that they vote for the candidate or candidates that were not involved in that con job. Keep in mind that Kamala Harris was a U.S. Senator from California, a Attorney General from California, and the District Attorney of San Francisco. Why is this important? Her staff also served as senior executives at Twitter. So it would be nice for Elon Musk not only to release Jim Baker's everything or for Ken Paxton to subpoena it it would be important for them to go ahead and release / subpoena every single staffer that worked for Kamala Harris, that worked at Twitter as well. I've identified at least 2. You see how huge this is?
It's massive. And I mean, I'll get you out of here on this, Ivan. What do you think we're going to see over the next 4 weeks heading into November 5th?
Okay, so well, right now we have on Saturday, President Trump is returning back to Butler, Pennsylvania I think it's at the same venue where he was almost assassinated. I think you're going to see a massive crowd there. It's going to be absolutely ridiculous. If it better be. That is going to put them in a position of fear. At the end of the day, the evil ones, if you will, that are holding the institutions of power right now, nothing is off the table. They've already indicated that. So they're willing to go to nuclear war. They're willing to stop elections from taking place. They're even discussing that if there's a mass casualty event in Congress, you saw that? Of say,
we
if
reported
100
on it last
members
week.
of Congress are not in existence, then they have to have some sort of a direct appointment process. Do they know something that we don't? I mean, I'm going to throw this out there. I'm not advocating for it, but maybe there's going to be over 100 members of Congress that are face the consequences of treason. Quick trial type of manner that President Trump likes to say, quick trial. So who knows? I mean, I'm saying that kind of jokingly, but what is the reason behind that? And to make the last point that I didn't mention earlier, when you said, why did Mark Zuckerberg admit to those 3 things that we discussed? My analysis is that he did that because he's seeing the analytics. Twitter has become the #1 news app across in America and many other countries at this point. It is increasing. When Elon purchased it, I think there was 350 million monthly active users. Depending on what source you're looking at, it's 610 to 900 million monthly active users. So where are those people coming from? I suspect it's coming off of Instagram and Facebook. So as his numbers decrease, he's giving the indication of, oh, I'm sorry that I bribed election officials, which was the 3rd component that he admitted to. I'm sorry that I covered for the Biden criminal syndicate laptop. I'm sorry that I censored. Well, I think he did that so that it makes the weak, non-critical thinking lemmings to stay on the platform so that he can continue to dupe them in preparation for this election coming up. Make sense?
Well, it makes perfect sense. And I hope we can peel this onion back and the work that you're doing right now. And I hope that we can all marshal together and bring this to light. All of our audience, the millions of folks that watch this show, holding our state legislatures to account, calling them, getting on the phone. I'm talking state legislatures, right? Because the certification process, get on the phone with them, demand election transparency, and demand exactly what you're asking for. Because, if Elon's saying this is going to be our last American election, we've had Colonel Douglas Macgregor on our show saying he didn't even believe we're going to have an election. So we are at the most perilous moment, I think, in American history right now. And I hope people wake up. People better wake up.
Yeah, so, I'm calling on Elon Musk, Joe Rogan, Tucker Carlson, you name it. You have a massive audience. So this is the process of educating folks. A lot of people, they're talking about, let's get rid of the Constitution. They are. They're publishing articles. We need to stay within the constitutional framework. And there is a mechanism to solve this, because every state rep in the country is a U.S. citizen, a registered voter, I'm sure, legally resident in that state, in that district. Let's use the constitutional republic framework that we've all agreed to as citizens, and then continue it to resolve this constitutional crisis that we're in. Framers were brilliant. And so let's leverage that Article 2, Section 1, Clause 2, and let's do it so that after November 5th, people realize they may disagree with the result, but they will know for sure that it was done lawfully, transparently, legally, morally, and ethically. And then they can say, okay, let's do better next time if you're on the losing end of it. When everybody is confident that it was run legitimately, then everybody starts to go back into keeping things legally, lawfully, and peaceful. So if we educate enough people, and break through the censorship, then the other side, if you will, that are not the zealot, corrupt actors, they're going to accept the results. But having said that, you said over the next 4 weeks, I think the more critical and more dangerous time, should we not go with this method of voting, back to Article 2, Section 1, Clause 2, you're going to see the Black Swan events escalating after November 5th, going into January 6th. And at that point, I've already war gamed a lot of this. I've come up with counter strategies. And I think if you want me back on the show, starting on November 6th, you're going to see some of those playing out, depending on what we see over the next 4 weeks.
Absolutely. Well, fingers crossed, but we'll have you back on, but hopefully we won't have to see that. But I think you're absolutely right. You're going to start to see a lot of that unfolding right after Election Day. But hey, Hillary Clinton's warning us, Black Swan events incoming. You're already seeing them today. Try to go to your banks, try to use Verizon, try to log into Twitter. Good luck. Right now, some of you may be able to log in, but it's unbelievable right now. So, and then of course we have this massive strike, all of this. Now, go down a rabbit hole here. I'll get you out of here, Ivan. I could talk to you all afternoon.
No, it's chaos. And guess what? There's a book called Masters of Chaos, and that refers to the history of the United States Army Special Forces, known as the Green Berets. I love chaos. I revel in it.
You are exactly and understanding it exactly. Well, Ivan, thank you so much for being here on the show. I've been wanting to have you on for a while now. Thank you for meeting my audience for the first time, and hope everyone rewatches this, goes back and pays attention to what Ivan's saying here. Slow it down, pause it, write it down, reach out to your state legislatures. This is the most important. This is one of the most important interviews that we've had here on the show as we lead up to this election. Ivan, thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate it.
Pleasure. Thanks, Clayton.
And thanks to Ivan. We really appreciate it, and refreshing to hear someone who's going after the deep state legally, morally, and ethically and trying to bring these guys down. Hope you pay attention to what he had to say. Please share that interview with people, because I think it's really powerful, certainly at the state legislature piece of it, and also the warnings about Iran. I think that was one of the most important parts of what we just heard from Ivan as well. So thanks to everyone for joining us today. We do have a daily newsletter. I would love for all of you to subscribe. It's our way to stay connected with you outside of these big tech platforms. So it's our own newsletter. No one else owns it, and we don't sell your
Thank you, Lauren Robert. That was a pretty interesting video.
Yes, it was. Did you see what I put in private chat?
No.
After 34 years, The Simpsons.
Think so. Seems to be.
Simpsons came out with another video. Is it the final episode of The Simpsons? My AI song was made by Support. I believe it was Support that made my AI song. It was either Support or Mellows made it.
Which one?
My intro song.
I made that one. Guilty.
But isn't it interesting that Simpsons came out with a new one? Is it the Great Reset? Is it the Great Reset? Suno, SUNO. It is an app.
Hey there, Indiana.
Mellows and
I've done lots of tutorials on here, how-tos and stuff, showing people how to use the AI.
Yep. And if we go to Jitsu, and we talk about lots of stuff when my show ends, we go in that. We can give you the link to it, and you could come in there and talk about it, and we can help you through it, and help you set up in Mellows, and support can help you. I haven't set up the back room yet. I can do that, and you can jump up on the panel, and we can give you the link. Of course, our Jitsu room is a private room. We don't allow anybody to record in there or anything. But jump up on panel, and we'll get you the link to it. And we'll talk about it. But we go in there in the back room. We go into the private room, and we have discussions in there, and that's where we set up BNC Records. When we do our BNC Records videos, and we set that up back there, and put up our downloads for that, and we discuss our songs and stuff like that. But jump up and we'll get you set up in where you can join. But I've got the back room set up, so if you want to jump up on panel. And we'll work your way through it, so you can make your own songs, and we'll help you get through it. I've made songs. I did a beautiful memorial tribute to my niece. I did one for my great niece for her graduation, and did a video for that. For my niece, for when she graduated. And I took pictures from her graduation and did that for her. But yeah. But yeah, Mellows does the songs all the time. He's better at it than I am. Believe me, he's a lot better at it. I just do the videos on BNC Records. A lot of the videos on BNC Records, I have been doing the videos on BNC Records. I've gotten so I can do, I'm getting better at it. I'm getting a lot better at it. The first ones I did were so good, but I am getting better at it. I know, Indiana, you talked to him about my avatar. Talked to me about my avatar. Mellows did my avatar. Mellows is good at doing avatars. He's really good at support. He's really good at the music end of it. Inferno has done some really good songs. Thank you. Thank you for supporting to subbing to BNC Records. Grimm has done some really good songs. Mountain Girl has done some really good songs. Northwood's done some good songs. Anne Marie has done some beautiful songs. We did some song contests when the network was up and running all the time, when we were doing 8 to 12 to 15 different channels. We did song competitions. We did Body and Soul, Love and War. We did quite a few song titles. Body and Soul, Love and War, A Little Weed, Tina Turner Rewrite. We did quite a few different song competitions, and we had some fun with it. Matter of fact, All's Fair was put up last night. I'm going to do some more of those videos and those songs and get them put up. So we get all those songs put up. But we had some very, very, and we still do, very talented songwriters within the network. Very talented people within it. Very talented people within it. Let's see some of the songs that was wrote. In the song competition. Let's see if I can pull them up.
Muted. I had a song sent to me yesterday.
And
it's for tonight's show. We might as well play it now. Let me bring it up. It's about the master debate tonight.
Uh-huh.
Okay, it's me. What did I do with it? All right, let me just quickly upload it to.
Okay, well, you're uploading that. I am going to play. This is Soul Snatcher and Body and Soul competition. This was done by BNC.
Yeah, I'm in this dusty town under the neon lights. There's a siren with a smile wrapping heart sight. She walks in velvet grace, a dangerous beauty face. Got that mesmerizing gaze, puts you in a daze. She's a mystery wrapped in midnight lace. Men line up just to fall from grace. One look, one touch, you're under her spell. Where she leads, boy, only time will tell. Body and soul, she's got that fire. Takes you high, much higher. When she loves you, boy, it feels like sin. She's got a key, lets herself right in. Body and soul, she'll steal away. like a bandit queen in a break of day. Locked her heart, boy, but it's too late. She's got it all by twist of fate. In the smoky bar shadow, she's the queen of the game. With every whispered word, she knows you're tame. A heartbreaker, night maker in her cold embrace. You search the stars, but won't find a trace. Oh, she dances through life, and you're just a step. A pawn in her game, a secret she kept. With elegance, she'll lead you to the fall. Body and soul, she takes it all. Oh, you might think you're strong, think you're in control, but with her, my man, it's a lofty toll. She's a soul snatcher, beauty unbridled. In her magic, even the stronger bridle. Body and soul, she's got that fire. Takes you high, much higher. When she loves you, boy, it feels like sin. She's got a key, lets herself right in. Body and soul, she'll steal away like a bandit queen in the break of day. Lock your heart, boy, but it's too late. She's got it all by twist of fate. So here's to the beauty, the thief of night. In her arms, you'll lose the fight. Body and soul, remember the name. In her eyes, you'll see the flame. Body and soul, forever her game. You high, much higher. When she loves you, boy, it feels like sin. She's got a key, lets herself right in. Body and soul, she'll steal away like a bandit queen in the break of day. Lock your heart, boy, but it's too late. She's got it all by twist of fate. Yo, it's Mellows in the house, we setting the scene. Vice presidential debate, got a front row seat to this dream. Tim Walz on the left, seasoned vet in the game, with a stance on healthcare, his name ain't in vain. Mama Bear by my side, we tuned in tight. The stakes are sky high, gonna be a lit night. Politics, policies, they got me on the edge. Who's gonna rise up and claim that pledge? We watching the debate, Tim Walz versus JD in the political ring. Who's it gonna be? Mellows and Mama Bear. We break it down from the first word spoken till the final round. Are you ready for the heat? The clash of the titans, tune in, strap in, it's history in the writing. In the other corner, JD Vance is stepping in. Newcomer, yes, but he got fire within. Talking immigration, national security strong with economic reform, trying to right all the wrongs. Tim Walz, old guard with a vision of progress. Education, infrastructure, he won't let it regress. It's more than a debate, it's a battle for the future. Mama Bear with the insights, I'm your political shooter. We watching the debate, Tim Walz versus JD in the political ring. Who's it gonna be? Mellows and Mama Bear. We break it down from the first word spoken till the final round. Are you ready for the heat? The clash of the titans, tune in, strap in, it's history in the right. The role of VP, it's a heavyweight seat. Second in command with responsibilities deep, from Senate votes to high-level meets. They got the power to control the streets. Will it be Walz with experience tight, or Vance with the new blood ready to fight? Mellows and Mama Bear, we keeping it real, deciphering the words, feeling the zeal. We watching the debate, Tim Walz versus JD in the political ring. Who's it gonna be? Mellows and Mama Bear. We break it down from the first word spoken till the final round. Are you ready for the heat? The clash of the titans, tune in, strap in, it's history in the writing. As the night unfolds, the tension high. Who become the VP, reaching for the sky? Mellows and Mama Bear, we witnessed it all, from the rise and slip to the triumphant fall. Stay tuned, stay woke, this election's a show. yo, it's Mellows, Mama Bear signing out till the next debate. We go watch, no doubt.
There's another BNC support. Thank you, mate.
And remember the debate tonight.
Another senseless mass debate this evening at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Come and join us for a session of professional piss takery.
Yes, we will be live.
We will be taking my piss out of these dumbasses. Both
We
of them.
will be live at 8 o'clock tonight.
We will be merciless with our piss taking. No one's getting off. No Trumpster, no Vance, no one's getting off like me. I will be completely annihilating every single word that comes out of their fucking mouth. Lying bastards. So stay tuned.
Yes, it's going to be an interesting show. And yes, I did find this morning they did do an update on the Georgia chemical bloom. They did do an update on it. I did find that. So let's see what the press conference said. Let's find where they started talking.
I cannot hear you. Okay. I'm giving one of these guys a chance to set up. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Chairman Oz Nesbitt, the Chairman and CEO of Rockdale County. This morning, I am joined and flanked by several of our local community partners, to include the Mayor of the City of Conyers, Mayor Vince Evans, our Fire Chief, Marion McDaniel. We also have present our EMA Director, who is the Incident Command lead on this incident. We also have representatives from BioLab. In addition to that, we have EPA representatives as well as EPD representatives here with present during this press conference this morning. This morning, we're calling this press conference I'm calling this press conference simply because we want to make sure that all of Rockdale County, number one, knows that we are on top of this situation. Our plans are to continue to give you as frequent updates as possible. We are concerned about the health and the safety of our entire community. But this incident is just not isolated to Rockdale County. We understand from our local community partners throughout the region, other municipalities and other counties are being impacted by the plume that's in the air moving throughout metropolitan Atlanta. I've heard from several mayors and from several county chairmen from various counties and municipalities. This morning, we want to give you an update. I'm going to step aside here shortly and let you hear from some of our content experts who are present with me. Then we will take some questions from the local media and all of the media that's present this morning. One of the things I want to say to all of Rockdale County and the city of Conyers, we are on top of the situation. This morning, about 2:30 a.m., I was on site out at BioLab along with our fire chief and the corporate executives of BioLab. As a concern for Rockdale County and all of the city of Conyers, we will be entering into some very serious conversations with the leadership, the corporate leadership of BioLab in the days ahead. The immediate response is about how to get this situation continuously under control. In other words, we are mitigating right now as we speak. We will talk about the long-term plan in the next few days ahead with members of BioLab and their corporate leadership team. At this time, I'm going to step away from the mic and I'm going to yield to Director Webb, who is our EMA Director for Rockdale County.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning. As stated, I'm Sharon Webb, Director at EMA for Rockdale County. This morning, we have come together to collaborate to keep mitigating the issue that has occurred at BioLab. For the past 2 days, we have been continuing to monitor the situation. And as of this morning, we are putting together a plan that we're going to push out for later on as we continue to mitigate. As of now, I'm going to step aside and advise Chief McDaniel to give you some perspectives on the fire.
Good morning. Marion McDaniel, Fire Chief, Rockdale County Fire Rescue. Yesterday, we spent most of the day clearing debris so we could get to the product. Approximately at 1 o'clock this morning, once all debris was cleared, we were ready to start moving the product when we determined that the super sacks, which contained the product, had disintegrated. So as opposed to us being able to just remove the pallets, now we had to revise our plan. The new plan now is to bring in rolling containers to offload some of the product a little at a time. It's a little slower process, but much safer for the environment. So that is where we are today. We will continue to move in those efforts and advise you should anything change.
One of the things I want to make sure I point out very clearly, we cannot control the weather conditions. And there was a shift in the weather conditions last night. We released a press release last night going in one direction, and because of the shift in the atmosphere in terms of the weather, particularly the wind, there's a difference in our climate during daylight hours versus after dark. After dark, things changes. So I wanted to make sure I explained to you another part of the reasons why we're having this press conference this morning, because tonight, after sundown, there will be a shift in the climate. As those shifts take place, we have to make sure that we're mitigating according to the direction of the wind and the atmosphere. I have some folks from the EPA and EPD who are experts in those areas, and they'll talk about air quality at this time. EPA.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Rick Jardine. I'm a federal on-scene coordinator with the Environmental Protection Agency, the Emergency Response Program. EPA joined the Unified Command on Sunday and remain committed to stay with this incident until their safe conditions prevail. We've been conducting air monitoring, or even increasing and establishing more air monitoring stations daily, partnering with other air monitoring entities, gathering that information and sharing that information with all of our response partners, like the county, like the state, the health organizations. Again, we're committed to stay here and provide that information and expertise, as well as help set objectives, strategies, and tactics throughout this response. Thank you.
At this time, I'd like to bring up Dr. Paxton, who is with Public Health for the state.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Lynn Paxton. I'm the interim director for the Gwinnett Newton Rockdale Health District. I'm sorry, I hope you can hear me. Can you hear me? Okay. I'll reintroduce myself. I'm Dr. Paxton. I am the interim health director for the Gwinnett, Newton, and Rockdale Health Center. And what I am going to do today is, and please excuse my referring down to my notes, but it's important. We have been receiving a number of inquiries from the public about the current incidents and medical effects. So I'm going to attempt to respond to the most important ones and to give you directions as to how you can obtain further information. Now, as we know, as to our knowledge, the chemicals released from this fire are chlorines, chloramine, and chlorine compounds. And these sorts of compounds can irritate the skin and the mucous membranes, including the eyes, the nasal passages, and the respiratory system. So people who already have pre-existing conditions affecting these parts of the body may be more likely to develop symptoms from this exposure. The recommendations that we have for everyone are to include limiting exposure to these compounds by staying indoors with closed windows and doors if you're in that area where you are seeing this haze. You should turn off any HVAC system that can pull in outdoor air. However, if you have an HVAC system that just recirculates the air that you already have indoors, it is okay to leave that on, as long as you know that it's only recirculating indoor air. We've gotten this question a lot. N95 masks are unlikely to provide any benefit. The reason is this because the chlorine compounds are actually smaller than the size filtered by an N95 mask. So just wanted to put that out there. One important thing to keep in mind, which is good, is that the levels of the chemicals reported to date are below the levels that have previously been recognized to cause symptoms in most people. So while some people may develop symptoms even at these levels, but that is a good thing. The level at which you can actually smell the chlorine in the air, which is what's happening right now, is actually below the level that actually causes a problem. So what I do want to completely emphasize, though, is that anybody who does develop any symptoms or any severe symptoms should seek emergency care from their primary care providers. People with non-emergent symptoms can call the Georgia Poison Center to discuss what they should do and whether they need to seek medical care. And we have a special number that's been established for this purpose. I'll repeat it. It's 404-856-6252. Again, the special number at the Georgia Poison Control Center for this situation is 404-856-6252. Now, as has been emphasized to you all, the conditions continue to change. So please, local websites, the county websites, the GNR Public Health website, we are trying to keep up to date as much as we can with any recommendations. So thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Kimberly Peak. I'm the director for Rockdale County Water
Seems
Resources.
well rehearsed, doesn't it?
We've been receiving a lot of inquiries about the water quality here in
Oh,
Rockdale County.
yeah.
I can safely tell you that our water here in Rockdale County is safe to drink. What Rockdale County Water Resources is doing right now, we're running samples on the water streams downstream of the biolab. Since this incident, we're running 3 samples a day. The samples are coming back in normal levels. We're also running samples on our watershed at Haynes Watershed, and the samples are coming back normal levels. So the water here in Rockdale County is safe to drink.
Yeah, just like.
I do not believe a fucking word he just said.
So
No.
at this time, we'll give
Just
the
like
media
that
an
they were
opportunity
thinking in
to
Palestine.
ask some questions. As you're getting your questions
Bullshit.
together and processing your
Bullshit.
thoughts, let me just say this. I want to take this opportunity to assure all of Rockdale County, all of the residents and businesses within the city of Conyers,
Pattern of neglect.
all of the
Pattern of
metropolitan
neglect.
region of Metro Atlanta that is being impacted by this plume, that we do have all hands on deck. In addition,
Bullshit.
we will be coming back to you with periodic updates to give you updates as we continue to move throughout the day and the remainder of this incident, which could very well mean the remainder of this week. Our key goal is to make sure from a communication standpoint, we're keeping all of our citizens and all of the general public in the loop as we progress through this and mitigate. I would ask that you please, ma'am, please, sir, be patient with us. We have the right experts here on the ground at Ground Zero, and we're present and making sure that we're communicating cohesively so that we can take care of our community and all of Metro Atlanta.
Bullshit.
I also want to encourage you to please follow us on all of our media platforms, which includes social media. We're on, Rockdale County is on every social media platform there is. If you are a resident of Rockdale County and you subscribe to Comcast Xfinity, you can find us on Channel 23. Otherwise, you can pick us up on all of the other media outlets. At this time, we'll entertain some questions, and those questions that I, as the chairman and CEO of Rockdale County, can answer myself, I will answer those. For those for particular and specific content experts, I'll call that expert to the podium.
That
Yes,
why
ma'am.
Saturday they were told not to come to work. Employees were told not to come to work.
What products are those? And is it still off-gassing at current?
Yes, the product is still off-gassing, and we'll be doing that for however long it takes for that to clear out. But it is products essentially is Pool Shock. Trichloric acid is a product that's used to sanitize pools. It's water reactive, which is what is causing the plume. But it will be off-gassing for several days. But the more we can get it mitigated out of the hot zone into those rolling containers, the better it's going to be.
So this will be clear to make sure everybody knows this is not a fire. You're still seeing the plume. What is that? That's just the chemical coming out?
Okay.
That's a very good question. Let me go ahead and make very clear. You will continue to see the plume. The plume is a natural part of our mitigation process. In other words, as the fire department, the personnel on site at BioLab, along with our EPA and EPD partners who are monitoring the air quality, one of the things that will continue as we move to mitigate this entire incident, you will continue to see the plume, which is one of the reasons why the doctor that we had here from the health department spoke to the different types of irritants and how you can be impacted, because we want people to know that it's a natural part of what's going to happen. You will continue to see that plume, but don't think that the situation is not under control or not being mitigated. It is being mitigated. Chief McDaniel, is there any additional you'd like to speak toward the plume that we'll see in the air, or that pretty much covers that? Any other questions?
How long should that take, you said?
We don't have a designated time, and let me say this to you about the time frame. Whereas we don't have a designated time, we are working very closely with the folks over at BioLab. Our fire department, EMA, are boots on the ground at the incident scene over at BioLab. We're going to stay there until this incident is completely resolved and extinguished completely all the way out, where it no longer exists. We want this to go away as soon as everybody wants it to go away, but it's going to be a process. In order to do it right, we've got to go through the process and take the right precautions. Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned a strategy shift. Do you mind detailing exactly what the strategy currently is and what the end game is, you know, with the fumes and all that?
Well, so what I mentioned was a shift in the climate, a shift in the climate. As you can feel the breeze on your sleeves right now with the wind blowing in from one direction to the next. We have no control of whether the wind goes to the east, the north, or the south. And there's a different impact during the daylight hours versus the night hours. So as the atmosphere shifts, the wind shifts, some of the mitigation procedures have to be changed in order to make sure that we're controlling as much of this as we possibly can. Once a plume is airborne as it already is, it's going to move based upon the shift of the wind and the atmosphere that's moving. On the ground, decisions have to be made in terms of how we navigate through that process.
And has EPA designated what kind of site this is? Is that something that'll happen later?
I think we're too early in the process for EPA to give a final investigation, and that speaks also for the fire department and all of our agencies. We're still in the process of mitigating at this time. To come up with a complete investigation summary, we're not there yet. Our primary responsibility is to get this completely 100% under control. Once we've done that, we will begin to give out some preliminary reports and ultimately a final report. We're nowhere near that point at this time. Kim. So in reference to the shelter in place that we put out last night, what we're encouraging folks to do today, once again, during the daylight hours, I think you're much more safer to move and navigate throughout the community during the daylight hours. However, if you have any type of respiratory problems or health conditions or asthmatic problems, anything that deals with your respiratory system, we are strongly encouraging you to shelter in place and stay from the outside. If you have to conduct some business to whatever degree, we're asking that you do that during the daylight hours, because after sundown, this whole situation, primarily the climate, will shift and change, and things could be a little bit more severe during the after hours of the sundown. Absolutely.
Chairman, you said someone from BioLab was here. Do they want to say anything or give any message to the company? Or?
We do have representatives from BioLab, and at this point, we want to assure the community that Rockdale County and all of our agencies are working cohesively with them. At this time, they're not prepared to give out any statements. What we're doing is working with them. We will be hearing from BioLab. Let me pause to say this again. As the community know here in Rockdale County, this is not the first incident we've had here in Rockdale County from BioLab. I want you to know that the office of the chairman, the office of the mayor, we all take this very serious. Our EMA director, our fire chief, and all of the agencies that are here are going to be having a real serious conversation with the corporate executive leadership of BioLab. Right now, our primary responsibility is to get this situation completely under control. So I just want to assure everybody that we are well aware that we've had this before. It's almost like Groundhog Day. We've seen this before and before and before, and it's concerning. BioLab has been a good corporate community partner, but this is not about economic development. This is about public health and public safety. And in Rockdale County, public safety has always been and will always be our #1 top priority. Anybody else? Yes, ma'am.
Are there any other major businesses whose work has been interrupted within the county? Have they, under the shelter-in-place order, are they still able to function?
So, from an economic development standpoint, we will be releasing a new press release following this press conference, and we will be giving an advisory to not just the citizens, but all of the businesses as we go forward. So I would ask that you will stand by for that press release with all those details. Yes, ma'am.
The conversations with BioLab, will they equate to or possibly be shutting down, considering this is multiple times they've had a fire that off to the gas and also not ingest this area and others?
From a liability standpoint, it's way too early for us to talk about
It's freezing. It's frozen, sir.
See, it's way too early for us to say and make an announcement that we're going to shut this corporate partner down. We are concerned. The conversations are very serious and they're very high level. So they will be very intentional and very direct. So we're going to be representing the people of Rockdale County. This has happened too many times, and our conversation will be in that direction.
Now, in terms of, I know you guys do not ask for the amount of chemicals that are in the air. In terms of those actual numbers and those actual readings, are those posted anywhere? Is there a spot where people can go see those actual test results that have been done?
So, Kim, one of the things that we're doing as we move forward immediately following this press conference, we will be making sure that all of our sites, all of our social media sites, and all of our platforms for media information that we can, our goal is to inundate the general public with as much information as possible. If anyone wants to know about air quality, where we are, we're going to give you as much of real-time information as we possibly can. We have received too many calls and emails and text messages from so many people. So we're encouraging folks to make sure they are tuning in to the right sources, And those right sources includes all of Rockdale County website, all of our platform, all of our social media. If we see the need to call another press conference at a later time or perhaps a later date, we will do that because our goal is to keep the general public updated. Again, this is not just impacting the city of Conyers and Rockdale County, but it's also impacting all of metropolitan Atlanta. There is concern across the North region. I'm going to take one more question and we'll move from there.
You or Mr. Jardine, is the EPA's involvement here at the federal level, is that just monitoring or is that part of the whole investigation that part of the chairman asked going forward? How does that impact, how is the EPA involved?
I apologize. I want to ask that you would restate your question for me, please.
Well, I don't know if it's for Mr. Jardine or for yourself about, was the EPA, the federal involvement, was it involved just monitoring and just the mitigation, or is there the part going forward, like you said, that they're involved with about the investigating, going back to?
So let me speak to the reason, the why, as to the presence of the EPA, the federal government. The EPA, the federal government, has committed to give all of the support that we need here in the city of Conyers and Rockdale County. They are here to support Rockdale County and the residents of Rockdale County. It is too preliminary, too early at this stage for us to talk about what that outcome will look like. But I am appreciative that we've been in touch with several of our congressional partners. Our U.S. Senator's office we've been around the clock with all of our federal partners. As we move towards a summary and a close to this event, we will then at that time determine what does that closure look like and what type of participation from the federal government and the state partners that we have. It's way too early to talk about that, but we're excited the fact that we have them present. They're on the ground, they're here at ground zero with us, and we're counting on them for their support.
Are there any other resources that the county needs, any other partnerships that y'all need to draw on to handle the situation?
Yes, we need support from our citizens. We need our citizens that if you don't have to be outside, if you don't have to be on the roadways, stay home. We also want to ask our citizens that if you have elderly family members and loved ones and senior citizens or anyone that you know that have a respiratory issue or problem, that you would take it upon yourself and check on them. We're also in contact with our local hospital, Piedmont Rockdale, with the leadership there. So every available resource that we need to be in contact with, we have already summoned. We're in constant communication again with our state legislative team, as well as our federal legislative partners as well. One last question and we'll wrap this up. If you decide to make a cup of coffee the old-fashioned way this morning, you're welcome to do that this morning. You can boil your water and drink your coffee this morning. According to our director of Rockdale Water Resources, the water in Rockdale County is still among the best in the state of Georgia. And the air quality is all right for us to stand out here for this press conference and breathe and move throughout the day. If you have respiratory issues, we're encouraging you to stay inside. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We'll keep you updated.
I call that bullshit.
Bunch of lying bastards, man.
Okay. I did find Rockland County. Did find their update.
They emphasized not to drink that water. It was fine. It was safe. Do not fucking drink that water, guys.
I did find their website. I did find it. Okay. There is their phone number, 1-770-278-7000. So anybody needs their phone number, there is their phone number. So here is their press release. There is their press release. They did give a press release out after they did say they were going to. They did. A notification came from Operation that the plume had hovered. Gas, multiple counties now are getting involved because the plume is going to multiple counties. So that will be interesting to see what happens.
Don't worry about the plume. If you see the plume, they are in control, people. The water is safe to drink. The air is nice. It's never been better. It's just fine. Nothing to see here. These are not the droids you're looking for.
Now you have to remember what happened in East Palestine. Because remember, East Palestine is still going through multiple lawsuits over the train derailment because of what happened in East Palestine. And remember what happened in Maui. Okay? East Palestine, they are trying to give a $6 million, I can't remember what exactly the lawsuit is, because it's bullshit. Because East Palestine got shit. Maui got shit. And I looked it up on Maui, what Maui got. And Biden-Harris administration provided $3.8 million is in assistance for Hawaii residents in the wake of the fire in Maui. That is what was provided for assistance in Hawaii residents in the wake of this disastrous wildfire. That's what they got assistance for 1,640 households, including more than the 1.5 trillion of initial rental assistance. So that's all they got. Okay? Because I looked it up. That's all they got total. That was all they got total in assistance. Okay? So you got to remember how many they got, and they didn't get anything else. But that went for everything. That went for everything. That went for everything they got. Now, supposedly their water is safe. Just like they said in East Palestine, their water was safe, and it was not, because they brought in independent people to determine that it was not safe. The EPA brought all these monitors in, put them all over the town in East Palestine, and that was not safe because they brought independent people in from colleges and found out it was not safe. And they already said, if you have health concerns, wear masks. Bullshit. You all know that bullshit. So they're lying right off the freaking bat to everybody there in Georgia. So be prepared. Be prepared. Be prepared. It's a bunch of bullshit. And yes, there is tropical storms out in the ocean. There has been storms out in the ocean. Kicking up. There's been a few. Kirk is kicking off. It's a 2 right now. It's a 2, and right now it looks like he's kicking upward. And the path is going on. It looks like it's going to kick upward. It looks like it's kicking upward. Yes, we do have some nasty weather in the Gulf. We have small wind advisories, gale warnings along the coastline on both sides of the coast. We have Tropical Storm Jedi in Japan, on the Gulf of Japan. We have Katrina still there in China. Working its way in China area. Looks like France has still got, Germany still got some bad weather. It looks like you guys are getting hit hard over there in France, in Germany area. You guys look like you're getting hit some real hard weather, according to the weather map. Hard weather. You guys better get your duck boots. You better get some duck boots there in London, just outside of London. You look like you're getting some heavy rain. Heavy rain coming you guys' way. It don't look good there. Some heavy rain in Germany and France. Yes, that weather does not look good. Yes, Ariel, duck weather. Duck weather. It does not look good. And of course, it don't look good what's happening overseas at all.
Sorry, Robert. I was just getting into an interesting debate.
Don't look good with what's happening overseas with the missiles that are being hit.
No, the invasion is underway.
Yes,
Israel
I've noticed that.
has made some seriously aggressive moves. For a country that's defending itself, it's been very, very aggressive and proactive. You know? So it's a preemptive. I think the way to de-escalate the tension is by escalating the tensions. I think the way to peace is war.
Yes, I see that. It does not look good with what is happening overseas. It does not look good at all. What I'm seeing in the news does not look good at all. It doesn't look good. Doesn't look good at all.
No, our troops are not just being deployed in secret anymore. They're literally just telling us, "Oh, we're sending our troops to Middle East."
Yeah, a lot of our troops are gone.
Oh, we're being attacked in the Middle East. Why the fuck are we being attacked in the Middle East?
Yeah. I'm on
fucking idiots.
Plenty of military sites. Plenty of military sites.
Ready for the war.
Some have gone, some have come, and many more are being deployed. Many more are being deployed. And some don't even realize it. They are now coming forth and saying they are actually being deployed right into Kosovo.
Ukraine.
Yeah. Yep. And if you don't follow them, follow the sites, you don't realize it. That they are actually stepping foot right there. You don't realize it. And they announce it. The people don't realize what they actually announce on these sites. What they actually put out on these sites. Because they actually say each unit of being specialized capabilities, which ultimately allow the force to be successful throughout the year-long mission in Kosovo. They actually say they are in Kosovo. So,
what peacekeeping are they doing in Kosovo?
No idea. No idea. They actually say it.
Seems like they're disarming the Americans and sending the troops elsewhere.
You say it's training.
It's called disorientation. That's what you do to the enemy. You disorientate them. There's bad actors in our governments that want to see us fail, die. And they are going to be sending our troops to their death. Knowingly. Deliberately. Just for political.
In this article.
They weaponize the police force. They weaponize the National Health Service. Now they're going to weaponize the military against us.
It is a important peacekeeping mission.
Notice how the timing of it, where they've lowered the standards of the military personnel, and they've introduced the tick boxers for certain key role positions. And when they give out those unlawful demands and orders, how many of those officers will question those orders, since they've been drilled and trained to follow orders? I mean, there are unethically, immorally, and illegal orders that these people can receive. Do you know what I mean? How would they know whether they're illegal orders? Do they just go with the gut instinct that you know an order is illegal?
Soldiers are ready to up and keep peace mission in Balkans.
This is fascism.
The training will also bring together multiple nations into the realization of complex environment, introducing the teamwork that will achieve the common goal in creating a stable, peaceful Kosovo.
Get the fuck out of there. That should help.
Upon completion of the validation progress, will assure a region Command East mission. With partners with the Kosovo police and European Union rule of law mission to eliminate threats that may hinder a safe and secure environment in Kosovo. The unit stands ready to take a unique mission supporting civilian authorities to ensure freedom of movement for all civilians of Kosovo. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. No, we didn't freeze up. No. It is unbelievable. I was looking for something. Seeing if there was any more news updates, and Ah,
Okay.
they are filing lawsuits.
I'm surprised. Good time.
Lawsuits are being filed.
Lawyers are busy. It's a good time to be a lawyer, eh?
Yep, lawsuits are starting.
I picked the wrong profession, Mama Bear.
Yep, they've started the lawsuits. I just found it. Hey there, Steve. They have started the lawsuits. I was waiting for this. That's what I was looking for. More news. Yep, they have started the lawsuits. Yep, lawsuits have started.
Cause that point. This is not the first time. This is not the second time. This is not the third. We're tired of turning the cheek. Georgia is now fighting back against these two companies. Right now, our clients can't even be here at their own press conference because they are locked in their own home with no air, just like countless citizens in Rockdale County. And it ends today. This lawsuit hopefully will bring justice and make this company actually follow some of the safety precautions that they've known about for years. So I'm proud
We've got the politicians that signed off on it.
Stewart, along with my law partners, Justin Miller and Madeline Simmons. And we have Dan Flynn from DeCello Levitt, who will talk to you about the class action lawsuit.
Good morning. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, Simmons, Miller, Stewart, for having me. Stewart, Miller, Simmons. This lawsuit is about protecting the rights of Rockdale County, protecting the rights of the surrounding county, the community that has been impacted by this catastrophe. And make no mistake, this is a catastrophic releases like this should not happen. Companies like BioLab have a duty and an obligation to make sure that they do not pollute the surrounding community. They do not render the air in the surrounding community so poisonous that people can't go outside their homes, that people have to evacuate, that people don't have the ability to enjoy their right to live, the right to go outside their houses, to breathe the air, to turn on their air conditioning units, to go to the grocery store, to go to school, to go to the doctor. Those rights have been taken away from the people of Rockdale County, from the people of Conyers, from the people of the surrounding communities. Those rights have been taken away by BioLab. Our lawsuit is here to protect the people from those rights. When people can't enjoy those rights, they are damaged. When people return to their homes and they have to repair, replace, clean up things, they are damaged. When people's property values drop because people know that there's a factory in town that repeatedly pollutes the town, they're damaged. And that's what our lawsuit is about. It's about reimbursing the citizens, the community for that damage. So thank you all for being here. I'm definitely honored to be part of this team. I wish we didn't have to take action like this, but when things like this happen, somebody needs to step in and protect the community. Thank you.
Quick questions.
Question, sorry, Savannah 11 to the 1111. Maybe Mr. Stewart, this would be a good question for you, given your experience with the EPA. Why is this lawsuit focusing on property damage versus health impacts, and can you define property damage?
This is just step one. Typically in these situations, the health hazards and the symptoms that are going to be arising right now, we're getting a lot of calls for headaches, burning eyes, coughing, things like that. So this is step one in a long process. We're still going to be fighting that battle also. But right now, you go immediately with what we know we can define, and we keep monitoring the symptoms that are arising. So this is just step one. This is going to be a long battle. We're going to make sure that the citizens out there that are suffering with actual ailments that are lasting get justice also.
Can you define what property damage? Sorry, this is the second part of that question. Can you define what property damage is?
Yeah, it's listed specifically in the complaint. I don't want to misquote the numerous counts that we have in our complaint.
Chris, can you talk, two things? Can you talk a little bit when you mentioned about the safety precautions that were continually ignored, one of the things you said? And then also, can we talk a little bit about, there's something called environmental racism, right? When you think about Flint, Michigan and what happened there, do you know the racial composition of this area, the economic composition of this area? Do you think that has to do with the fact that this plant was even there in the first place? I know they're two different, addressing two different questions, but if you could answer those, please.
Yeah, we don't right now, but I wouldn't be shocked. When I did work for the EPA, I mean, it's easy to see that lower income areas suffer a lot when companies like this are in your community. And I think that is why there's a lot of pushback, whether it's lower income Black, lower income white. The neglected in our society are taken advantage of by large corporations all the time. It's putting profit over people. And the people that you can take advantage of don't have a voice, which is why lawyers like all of us get involved to speak for them. So we'll get to the bottom of it, but getting to how this could be prevented, it's insanity that this keeps happening. If you know you have something explosive in your facility and you know it can't get wet, and you look up and you see a sprinkler, you would think you would have that product covered properly or protected so that it doesn't explode. So that's why there's no justification for what happened. And it keeps happening at BioLab.
Do you think this could be Georgia's Michigan?
I don't want to go that far yet, but we're going to be monitoring to see just how far it's spreading. I mean, I got an alert in Atlanta today. So we're going to be monitoring the air patterns and how far this spreads. But it's not just Georgia. Look at the BioLab incidents in Louisiana and in other places. So it's an epidemic.
Can you talk about the gravity of the class action lawsuit? We know we have 2 officially filed. So the release we got from y'all, but are you calling more to come forward? How many do you have right now, and how many are you expecting to join in this? Sounds like, again, a multiple agency attorney firm class lawsuit.
Sure. So our class is defined broadly to include everybody who's been subject to the evacuation and the shelter-in-place orders, and others who have been affected and businesses who have been affected. So we've been fielding quite a few calls from concerned citizens who either have not been able to return to their homes or can't even leave their homes, can't even turn on their AC units, things like that. So we're going to continue to field those calls. We're going to continue to define the scope of those impacted. And we work with experts to do so. So we work with scientists who are very knowledgeable in air monitoring and figuring out what the extent of the harm is from a release like this. And that'll help guide us as we further define who actually has been impacted and whose rights have been trampled on by BioLab.
Do you have a tangible number of any sort? Hundreds?
Thousands, likely tens of thousands.
Of calls you're already building?
No, that was of people we expect to have been impacted. So I think calls so far were in the hundreds, but that's an estimate.
Right. You mentioned you guys are monitoring the air and working with agents. What agencies are you working with? There have been questions raised about the effectiveness of how the air has been tested right now. How are you ensuring that those tests are an accurate depiction of the issue?
Our lawsuit was just filed, so we aren't directly working with any agency directly right now, other than the experts that we're talking to. But it's getting put out by you all every day of the findings. You've seen the press conferences held by the EPA, which have been very thorough so far. So we're going to be monitoring the work that's already on the ground going by local and federal government to see just how widespread this is going to happen. I mean, look at it this way. The stay in place was in effect, then it was lifted, and then it was put back in, I think this morning. And so you can see it's a very fluid situation.
How do you anticipate that these cases will evolve as the damage becomes clear, whether that's health concerns or an actual chances of not talking about it?
Yeah, I live in Decatur, and so we were not in the affected area initially, but I went outside yesterday. There's a mist in front of my home. In my backyard, there's a mist. I could taste it in my throat. So I know that the affected area is going to get larger. And so because we know this, we also know the health concerns are going to get worse. We know that more people are going to be affected. Businesses will be affected. So, I mean, we anticipate this being, like Dan said, tens of thousands of people.
We know that this is the beginning stages, but as far as damages, what kind of number amount are you guys?
Now, we never know that, but we've taken this personal. Our family members and friends have been affected. We have staff at this law firm that have been affected. The citizens of Georgia are constantly affected, especially the citizens of Rockdale County who have to keep going through this. And it seems that BioLab and KIC cannot learn their lesson from the other lawsuits they faced. So we will be making sure that they will learn their lesson in this lawsuit, that they have to follow safety procedures and policies, or they won't be doing business in Georgia.
Was this spearheaded with this lawsuit spearheaded by y'all just knowing the gravity of what's happening, or again, was it from people building calls and complaints? Was it, how did kind of you guys come up with having this class action lawsuit? Did that come from the people, or did that come from y'all?
From both. So I've been part of a team that's represented other communities in similar situations. Unfortunately, factories burn and explode throughout this country on a somewhat regular basis. So when things like this occur, we are paying attention, and we partner with friends like Stuart Miller Simmons, who have been fielding lots of calls. And so they identify a community that has been impacted, that is concerned, and we partner with friends like them to help them.
If people believe that they have suffered damages as a result of this, I mean, even Mr. Miller, you mentioned seeing a miss. I feel like that's kind of hard to quantify. Like, how can people who believe they suffered damages best, I mean, is it taking photos? Is it connecting with you? What steps should they take?
I think all of the above. Yeah. If you think you've been affected, please, let us know, call, take photos, take pictures. If you have symptoms, write them down so that you can tell someone when you do talk to someone. Everyone is not going to be a part of this lawsuit, but if you don't call, how do you know that you shouldn't be a part of it? So that's why we're here as well. We want people to know, please reach out. Please don't just sit there and let this affect you and not reach out to us so that you can be a part of this as well.
Why is that you're keeping it a smaller number? And is there an exact number of people that you're hoping to include in this particular class action?
No.
Just focusing on the most severe cases.
No, so I think everyone that's in the impacted area will have some damage. I mean, whether it's just the loss of use of being able to use their home as they typically would. So we're not trying to keep it small whatsoever. It's, as Justin said, anyone who has these types of impacts should reach out.
And what may seem minor to some people in other cities or those financially a little more well off is major to some people. We had one family who relocating, where did they go? They can't just financially move 6 people in their family to somewhere else. They can't just go to a hotel. They weren't financially in a position to do that. So they were calling all types of family members to try and find a place to go. That is a big deal. That's horrific. That family had little children. So now they're petrified about what are the effects of that. So it may seem like something of, oh, you just have to relocate. But that is something that Georgia citizens shouldn't have to go through because a company wants to just make money and not follow proper safety.
And I'm glad that he brought up children, because if you've been following this, you've seen that different school districts, not just Rockdale, have not allowed the children to go outside to play for recess. So this is impacting, of course, the children and families in Rockdale, but it's impacting the surrounding areas as well. And for families that need to relocate and that do have school-age children, that's children that are looking at having to go to a new school. So this has an impact on a lot of levels, on both the families, but also the children that are going to continue to be impacted by this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Interesting. There was yellowish green earlier in that. There's D. It has been giving off yellowish green clouds. You can see it as throughout when the wind shifted. It has been And the other news conference, they did state that it has been giving off chlorine gas. The officials have noted it and have said it, that it is giving off chlorine gas. So the officials are stating it. And the levels are safe. They are stating it. The public officials are stating it. That it
When
is
he's saying he's mitigating, that when they say they're mitigating, that's a legal term, right? Which means that they are indemnifying themselves. Basically, they're covering their ass with insurance.
Yep. Yep, they are. It
Not
is.
that they're doing anything about the problem, other than, you know.
Yeah. The state of Florida has dispatched a convoy of staff and heavy equipment, including temporary bridges, to North Carolina. The state of Florida does have temporary bridges, which they have used multiple times in their state. Many times they have used them as temporary bridges. They have dispatched them to North Carolina to be used in the state of North Carolina to help them. So Ron DeSantis has dispatched their crews to the state of North Carolina and Tennessee to help them to with their temporary bridges. So they are on their way up there to help them. So I know they have done it. Hey, support. Oh, I love that song. Oh, I love that song. Mellows needs to play that song because we will be ending the show shortly. And it will be played again tonight. But yes, I love that song that you played. You did for our show for tonight. Because we will be doing a show tonight. He flipped it. I do not. You put it on yours. You put it on yours. Because we will be doing a show tonight. Thought you put it on yours.
It's not there.
Yeah, it is.
Not there.
It's on yours.
It's
on the very.
Just looked on my one. It's not there.
Where'd you put it?
Oh, thanks,
The very bottom. Ah, there it is. I found it.
Oh yeah, I was looking a little bit.
Yo, it's Mellows in the house. We setting the scene. Vice presidential debate. Got a front row seat to this dream. Jim Walls on the left, seasoned vet in the game. With a stance on healthcare, his name ain't in vain. Mama Bear by my side, we tuned in tight. The stakes are sky high, gonna be a lit night. Politics, policies, they got me on the edge. Who's Who's gonna rise up and claim that pledge? We watching the debate, Tim Wolf or Shady in the political ring. Who's it gonna be? Mellows or Mama Bear? We break it down from the first word spoken to the final round. Are you ready for the heat? The clash of the titans, tune in, strap in, it's history in the writing. In the other corner, J.D. Vance is stepping in. Newcomer, yes, but he got fire within. Talking immigration, national security strong with economic reform, trying to right all the wrongs. Tim Walz, old guard with a vision of progress. Education, infrastructure, he won't let it regress. It's more than a debate, it's a battle for the future. Mama Bear with the insights, I'm your political shooter. We watching the debate, Tim Wolf or Shady in the political ring. Who's it gonna be? Mellows and Mama Bear? We break it down from the first word spoken to the final round. Are you ready for the heat? The clash of the titans, tune in, strap in, it's history in the right. The role of VP, it's a heavyweight seat. Second in command with responsibilities deep, from Senate votes to high-level meets. They got the power to control the streets. Will it be Walz with experience tight, or Vance with the new blood ready to fight? Mellows and Mama Bear, we keeping it real, deciphering the words, feeling the zeal. We watching the debate, Tim Wolf or Shady in the political ring. Who's it gonna be? Mellows and Mama Bear? We break it down from the first word spoken till the final round. Are you ready for the heat? The clash of the titans, tune in, strap in, it's history in the writing. As the night unfolds, the tension high, who become the VP, reaching for the sky. Mellows and Mama Bear, we witnessed it all, from the rise and slip to the triumphant fall. Stay tuned, stay woke, this election's a show. In the political landscape, the future will glow. Yo, it's Mellows, Mama Bear signing out till the next debate. We go watch, no doubt.
Yes, Mama Bear has a song.
Sponsored by Butthurt Cream.
Yes, Mama Bear has a song.
My mom likes when I rap fast with enough energy that it can make her heart dance. I would like to write a song for her to sing along. Better make it fucking bumpin' cause my mom's the bomb. Life took my parents on a giant roller coaster ride. Cause I was walking with a limp, something wasn't right. Doc came in the room, said they found a giant tumor. It was lodged in my brain, immediate surgical procedure. Imagine the thoughts running through their head. They 2-year-old boy heads filled with dread. You can't prepare for that being said on a Tuesday afternoon when you get out of bed. But I made it, I fucking made it. You've been by my side through good and hard times. I'd do anything for you, I'd do anything for you, Mama Bear. I love my Mama Bear. Mama Bear, I love Mama Bear. Childhood, we spent a lot of time together. School was pretty far. I wouldn't trade it for the world, driving, talking in the car. I was on a path or a mission, you could say. All I wanted was to be like Rafa, Roger, or Marc Andre. I always had it in me, the fire was burning strong. My mom told me a story from when I was 6 years young. Mom, I hate losing so much, I want to win so badly. I guess not much has changed though, and that kinda makes me happy. I got fire burning in me, it's strong. Living by my side through the good and hard times. I'd do anything for you, I'd do anything for you, Mama Bear. I love fire burning in me as a kid. It was hard to control the stupid shit I did. Provincial tennis champs, hitting no man in the head. Threw my racket at the net, it flew over, smack, his face went red. I looked over at my mom, oh my god, I'm dead. Oh my god, he's dead. She was living to the max. That kid needed a lesson, probably needed quite a smack. But my mom is way too cool for that. Control the stupid shit I did. Provincial tennis champs, hitting no man in the head. Threw my racket at the net, it flew over, smack, his face went red. I looked over at my mom, oh my god, I'm dead. Oh my god, he's dead. She was living to the max. That kid needed a lesson, probably needed quite a smack. But my mom is way too cool for that.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mellows, for that.
Thank you, Robin.
So that is the end of our show today. And I thank you all for joining. And as always, I pray for everybody's safety. Please be safe wherever you are. And yes, that does describe my family. Which ones I will not say, but we did go through some traumatic injuries in traumatic times. But I will thank everybody for joining in today and being with us. And as always, people that was in the hurricane and the tropical storm area, please be safe wherever you are. And I ask you to please check on your neighbors and please think of each other. And have a great afternoon, and we'll see you tonight. Thank you.
See you all on the next one, guys.
Yes.
This is your emergency broadcast system. All civil unrest has gone global. All Capitol buildings and cities are under siege by the United States government to quell the domestic terrorist threat. All residents of urban neighborhoods and cities are being ordered to stay in their homes until the threats are eliminated. If you disobey orders, you could be shot on sight by rogue agents, federal forces, and domestic terrorist militias. This is your emergency broadcast system. This is a national alert. Imminent threat is nationwide. You must stay in sight of your homes or risk being shot on sight. The conspiracy is upon you. Your conspiracy friends were right all along. Now you must learn to survive. If you hear this, you are the resistance. This is your emergency broadcast system. End of broadcast.
War never changes.